Looking at the agenda today, we have a couple of presentations this morning, and then we're going to work through some discussion on the recommendations. Then I thought I would give you a heads up of how I plan to do the afternoon as far as our discussion and our work on the recommendations. I think that we'll do them as a whole, but we'll take requests to have, if there's one that you want pulled out. So we'll take them by work group, and then but I thought I'd give you a heads up in case you want to look through them and mark one. And anybody can request. We're not going to vote on whether to pull it out or not. If you want to pull it out, then we will, if anybody, any individual. And then we'll have a separate discussion on that recommendation. But otherwise, we'll do them, we'll vote on them as a block, and maybe we'll get out of here early this afternoon. Yeah. Okay, I don't have any other announcements this morning. Does anybody else? Okay, so we will go ahead then and get started with our first presentation on the senior workforce, and I'll call on April Young, who I believe is virtual. April's from the Senior Director of Business Acumen for Advancing States.
Hi, thank you so much. We have Damon Terzaghi here, who is the Senior Director of Long-Term Services and Supports at Advancing States.
Okay, great. I was going to introduce him as well. I thought maybe you were going one after the other, but great. Thank you for mentioning.
No, thank you. I think Damon's going to kick us off. And I wasn't sure, okay. Do you want us to share slides or share screen or anything like that?
Yes, share screen. Is that if you share your screen, we'll be able to see your slides that way.
I believe so. It's been a while since I worked with WebEx, so Damon, unless you really want to share yours, we'll try to figure that out.
I can share if you'd like. I'm ready to go.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Checking in the hearing room. Is this showing up for you all?
It is.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and the rest of the representatives. We're very pleased and honored to be speaking with you all today. Just for a very brief background, for those of you who are not familiar, Advancing States is a national bipartisan association that represents state government agencies that deliver aging, disability, and long-term services and supports. So for example, in Kansas, our membership includes KDADS, the Department of Aging and Disability Services, as well as we work a lot with KDHE on their long-term services and supports portfolio. There are 56 similar agencies around the country, including the District of Columbia and the territories, and we work with all of them to help advance their long-term services and supports and improve services and supports for older adults and people with disabilities. As we mentioned, myself, Damon Terzaghi, and my colleague April Young are here to talk to you a little bit about some of the workforce issues that states are dealing with around the country and some strategies that states have been working on to improve the availability of services and supports to older adults. So our agenda today, we're going to do a very brief overview, look at some national trends, get into some specific state examples, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague April to give a little bit of a case study from some work she's been doing with direct care workers in the state of Indiana. So with that, let's move into the bulk of the presentation. Now, you probably have seen similar data, but just to frame the discussion, there is an extremely high turnover rate for direct care workers. Estimates place it somewhere around 50% annually. Varying estimates run from 40 to 60% of all direct care workers change jobs during the course of a year. And some home care agencies have been reporting 80+% turnover rates over the course of the past few years, especially. I think we all know the COVID pandemic has exacerbated the previous issues that have existed in the direct care workforce for a long time. So in a 2021 survey of agencies that deliver home and community-based services, you can start to see the impact of this on actual service delivery and supports for individuals at the ground level. You can see 77% of agencies have turned away referrals due to lack of adequate staff to serve those individuals. Over half have actually discontinued programs because they can't staff them. And 84% have actually delayed programs or put pauses or other sorts of things in place due to staffing shortages. And then we have similar data that looks at the actual vacancy rate. So well over 10% for full-time positions. And when there are part-time positions, almost 1 in 5 are unfilled, according to that 2018 data. I did include some links for those of you who might want to dive into this data a little bit more after today's discussion. Now, this is all, I think, challenging as it stands today, but when you look at the US government projections, this issue is going to become even more acute over the next 10 years. When you look at the projections between 2020 and 2030, home health and personal care aides is one of the fastest growing job categories. Now, there's a couple things I really want to point out about this chart. The first is, although this is ranked by the proportion of growth, so they take how many jobs there are today and project the percentage that will grow over the next 10 years. If you look at the actual aggregate numbers here, the pure number of direct care workers projected is extremely high because the baseline number is so much higher than these other rapidly growing occupations. Similarly, if you take a look at this compared to the other fastest growing occupations, the one thing that really, I think, jumps out on this slide is how much lower the median annual wages for direct care workers as opposed to some of the other fastest growing jobs. And this is, of course, something that is brought up in a lot of conversations around the vacancy rate and the turnover rate, is the struggle between the work required and the labor intensive nature of these jobs and the compensation that individuals receive. And again, I did include a link for those who want to dive into this in more detail. So just for some perspective, I thought it'd be useful to kind of take a look at where Kansas sits in the rest of the country. This is data, again, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics at the US Department of Labor that looks at data around the country that's reported for workers delivering long-term services and supports. So with that very brief background, let's get into the bulk of the conversation, which is what are states doing and how are states addressing these workforce issues around the country? Now, we recently did a survey. This survey was conducted in late May, early June, of our state members to give a perspective on what are they dealing with around the country. The way that this survey was scored is that states were given a long list. It was over 20 options that were areas of concern, areas they were really struggling with, and they were told to rank the top 3. So they chose 3 out of them and ranked them in order of importance. The area of number 1 import received 3 points. Number 2 received 2 points. Number 3 received 1 point, and then unranked received 0 points. So that's where that total score comes from. And you can see of those states, the 44 that responded, the vast majority indicated that workforce shortage in the community was their top issue. So it dwarfed the other 19 plus options that states were given. In fact, if you added up the remaining 9 top issues out of the top 10 issues that states reported, the total score still did not exceed the workforce shortage's total score, as you see here. So it is an extremely pertinent and salient issue for state long-term services and supports agencies around the country. I guess to wit, the thing here is Kansas is not alone when you are looking at issues related to the workforce, so are many other states as well. So one of the things that we really try to draw from is what are the current issues and initiatives that can put a lens into how states are dealing with this? What are some emerging strategies or innovative ideas? So just for those of you who are not familiar, the American Rescue Plan Act, which passed last year, provided a 10% increase in FMAP, the federal share of Medicaid funding for home and community-based services over the course of a year. States then can use that funding to invest in initiatives that improve or enhance home and community-based services. They submitted spending plans to CMS, the federal agency that oversees Medicaid, and then use those spending plans to drive the activities that they're utilizing this additional funding for. So one of the things that I really like to highlight is that when you look at these plans around the country, they really do demonstrate where the priorities of the long-term services and supports agencies are. So again, just a couple quick links. These are QR codes you can scan to take a look at both the full text of each plan as well as an analysis we put together that categorizes the different activities occurring around the country. And I'll just share very briefly some data from that analysis. So what we did was we looked at every single one of the spending plans that were submitted to the federal government and organized them into the different activities that states were proposing. I think unsurprisingly, worker-related issues were the top area. They were divided into different major categories, but in general, this was the number one area that the spending plans focused on. Every single state had some sort of provider-related initiative, whether it was training or bonuses or some combination thereof. And our estimate is that somewhere between 50 and 60% of the entire spending that was driven by this ARPA rate increase was allocated to the direct care workforce in some form or another. So you can take a look. Some of them are focused on training and certification programs, really building out that knowledge and skills base, recruitment and retention bonuses to increase and retain provider capacity. And then provider rate increases. The difference between a bonus and a rate increase is that the bonus is a one-time thing, whereas the rate increase is an ongoing change to the payment rate under Medicaid. And then general provider bonuses, that differs from the recruitment and retention bonuses insofar as that it's just provided to all providers and workers, not specifically tied to any hiring or retention metrics that the provider must meet or the individual must meet in order to receive the payment. So that's a little bit of the difference there between those two bonus types. So let's get to some specific state examples of what those different initiatives look like. As some background, we at Advancing States did a project where we worked with 12 states to develop specific detailed plans on how they were going to accomplish all of the things in their HCBS spending plan that they submitted to the federal government. And then we also managed to what we called affinity groups, which were about 15 to 16 states in each one, talking through issues and strategies and sharing ideas for how to address them. We asked states what they wanted to focus on for these affinity groups, and the two that rose to the top were implementing enabling or assistive technology in their home and community-based services programs, and then direct service workforce issues. You can just see very quickly a list of the different states that participated. We did just yesterday publish an issue brief of each affinity group that dives into more detail on what was discussed in some of the strategies, and I'll just share very brief highlights here. First off, we did take a look at the different spending amounts allocated in the group participants. Again, here, the data is very similar to what I quoted nationally. About 55% of all spending for the states that participated in our affinity group was allocated to direct service workers. Some of the things that states used were either rate increases or supplemental payments with an enhancement requirement. This is what we're calling a pass-through requirement. So, for example, the states mandated that if the provider were to draw down this certain bonus, some proportion, in some cases up to 100% of it, must be passed through directly to the workers that they employ. So this could happen on a one-time or limited recurring basis for the bonuses. For example, Idaho pushed out quarterly bonuses to their provider pool, and Nevada, which I'll talk about later, did 2 one-time bonuses. So really different strategies, but the idea here is that it's putting money in the hands of workers without obligating the state to long-term payment increases. Similarly, states looked at doing provider rate increases. Some states just increased the base rate with the hope and the intention that those rate increases would be maintained after the federal funding runs out. But of course, I think we all know that that includes a lot of challenges and decisions that have to be made at the state level around where the additional funding will come from in order to support the ongoing nature of those rate increases once the federal funding runs out. Some challenges: states really had to work through a bunch of different approvals within their states with the governor and the legislature, as well as within the federal government. The federal government required multiple levels of approval in order to issue these payments. And so it did slow down a little bit the process, which essentially just made it a little bit more challenging. And those states that were really trying to push these out the door quickly did run into some roadblocks and had to slow down some of their initial timelines. Additionally, some challenges were actually making sure and monitoring that the workers themselves receive the intended payments. In the Medicaid program, as you may know, states make payments to providers, and then those providers have the ability to manage and pay their staff as they see fit. So when you start to have pass-through requirements, this is a new way of looking at Medicaid payments that states were really struggling with how to actually monitor and enforce. And then, of course, that sustainability issue I just mentioned, really finding out ways to finance this over the long term would be important. Some other issues that states looked at were career ladders and training. This is really a strategy that states are implementing so that direct service workers don't come into that field and either stay in an entry-level job forever or leave the service field completely in order to advance their careers. So what we saw was states working both with getting individuals in the door through apprenticeship, internship, partnerships with schools and technical educational entities in order to get more people into the field, and then also building out training and supervisory toolkits and other sorts of resources to help those individuals advance in their careers and potentially move up to either a supervisory position or maybe like an LPN license, or like a nurse practitioner or nurse's aide or something like that in order to, again, advance their career. Some of the challenges were whether it made more sense to develop their own program that was tailored to the needs of the state specifically, or to adopt existing ones that might be a little bit more ready to go and faster implemented, but not necessarily capture all the nuances of your state program. Accessibility was a big issue. One of the things we found was that many of the direct service workers didn't have English as a first language, so states had to look at accessibility issues and ensure that they were available either in disability friendly language as well as in other languages that the direct service workforce might speak as their first language. And then lastly, one of the things that happened over and over was states had to take that next step and say, if we are going to ask our workforce to engage in these training activities, there should be some sort of compensation, either through a bonus for completing it, a higher rate paid to those with the certification, or even paying for the workforce individual's time, because with these jobs, it's very hard to take time off to do workforce training when you're working many, many hours in order to pay your bills at home. So let's do some very specific state examples, and then I'll hand it over to April. So in the state of Minnesota, one of their strategies was establishing a grant program that made employee-owned cooperatives to give workers more control over their jobs and their provider agencies. Connecticut established a data dashboard to really track the supply and demand of workers. One of the things that we see around the country is that there's very limited data on exactly how many workers there are and how many are needed. So demonstrating the shortages are a very, very issue. I do apologize if my dogs are coming through in the back. The mailman is here and they're very upset. So what Connecticut can do is they can actually show what the hard numbers are for the number of workers they additionally need in their state. So as we all know, data drives policy. So really understanding the framework can help develop strategies to address it. And then I mentioned before, Nevada put out 2 supplemental payments to all direct service workers, both a $500 bonus to all workers and then a retention bonus to those who had worked for at least 6 months. Lastly, on this slide, I talked through a couple of other issues. Illinois did a high school technical program, really worked with its educational districts to get individuals into the direct service workforce field. And actually, I said Washington, that's correct. The seals are switched on this one. That was a Washington initiative. The state of Ohio, established a governor's task force, so really at the top of the executive branch, to look through the different ways that all parts of the system, not just the long-term services and supports home care part of the system, could address the workforce-related issues. And then Illinois here, not Washington, had the community college partnership to standardize trainings for mental health direct service workers and establish some criteria and basic ways of helping with the core competencies. And then they're also working to cross-train for work in any type of setting so that individuals have mobility between in-home care, group homes, assisted living, and other sorts of settings like that to really create some versatility within the workforce there. So with those examples, I'm going to go on mute and hopefully you won't hear my dogs anymore after that happens and hand it over to my colleague, April.
Thank you, Damon. We wanted to wrap up our presentation today just talking a little bit about the direct service workers' perspective, the people out there doing the work, helping people live as independent lives as possible. And we are able to do that, or attempt to do that, because we partnered with the state of Indiana Family and Social Services Administration to help establish and then staff a direct service workers advisory board comprised of only direct service workers. And to our knowledge, there are 3 other states that have a direct service worker council or advisory board or something like that, but we aren't aware that those 3 are, comprised solely of direct service workers. So we think Indiana's advisory board is fairly unique. And I'll just share that their perspectives have been invaluable at keeping the conversation most relevant to what's important to them, what would be most impactful for them. And we'll talk about some of their feedback here in the next couple slides. Next slide, please. We sent out a call for applications, not really knowing what kind of response we would get to the call or if DSWs would even be interested in serving on a board like this. And we ended up receiving an overwhelming response. About 100 submissions came in, which we were thrilled with. We sent out on every listserv we could think of. Indiana FSSA posted on their website, and we also worked with a minority health coalition to outreach to different minority populations as well, and reviewed those submissions by all of the different areas you see here: geography, how long the person had been in the field. And we had people that had been working in the DSW arena for 3 months, and then also, no joke, 30 years. So we had a pretty broad swath of experience that had applied, of course, by race, ethnicity, and then the work setting, whether that was in the home or nursing facilities or day habs or something like that. We initially thought we'd pick about 10 to 12 workers for the advisory board, and after selection ended up with 18 members just because there were so many great applicants. 17 of those are female, one is male, half are from minority populations, and they are sprinkled all over the state of Indiana. So we wanted to make sure that as much as we could, the selection of DSWs on the advisory board reflected the actual makeup of direct service workers. Next slide, please. So in our very first meeting, we created a charter and just wanted to be clear about the goal from Indiana FSSA for the group, which was to provide advice and ideas to the state about ways to improve how workers could be recruited, trained, and retained in the direct service workforce arena. We got a lot of feedback from them that we'll review in the next few slides. And originally we were going to meet once per quarter, but the feedback from the direct service workers and the earnestness to be part of the conversation, we've really met once a month instead of once a quarter. So it's just been really great to hear their input and feedback. And then just in terms of getting feedback on all of the different bullets you see on the screen, we kind of took this approach where we would look at the three-legged stool, so to speak, of the direct service workforce, recruitment, training, and retaining. So the first one, next slide, please, we'll look at is recruiting. And during our meetings, we brainstormed with the DSWs and used like a virtual post-it exercise, which was a little chaotic at times, but we saw that as a positive because we had so much willingness to be part of the conversation from the DSWs. We heard first and foremost, and you have probably heard, and Damon has just touched on, that there are just not enough DSWs out in the field right now. And the DSWs on the board talked a lot about the lack of awareness about what direct support workers do, what all that job entails, a lack of respect that they felt for the DSW work and their jobs, and just a lack of awareness, really. So one of their main ideas was to have the state of Indiana engage in a public awareness campaign about DSWs, the integral role that they play in the long-term services and supports arena, and to use a multiple modality approach. So whether that was TV spots or billboards or radio ads, things like that, just to help improve the public's perception of this type of work. Some of the DSWs also talked about, and Damon just mentioned this, using schools as recruitment and programs like Best Buddies. We actually have a person serving on the board who was in the Best Buddy program, and that's how she became involved and interested in the direct service workforce. Community colleges and universities have also been talked about because you can make the schedule kind of fit the schedule that you already have. If you want to serve individuals in their home, just taking a look at what they need and fitting that into where you can, it can be really flexible for people in college. And then finally, peer recruitment, having DSWs reach out to their contacts or churches and communities and just talking about what they do. We have several people on the board that's how they got involved, was hearing a friend talk about their work and then they got interested. Next slide, please. That second leg is training, and our DSWs had lots to share about training, with one individual sharing that she went through a few hours of paperwork and reading material, became CPR certified, and then was pretty much good to go, was told you're good to go to help people in their homes. And she just felt like that wasn't enough to prepare her for what all tasks and activities would be included, and not enough to help prepare for helping a person live as independently as possible. When we brought this up with our DSW group, one person actually went, training, what training? And she was being kind of funny, but kind of not. I think that just kind of exemplifies some of the issues with DSW training, that it's very generic. There isn't enough done to help ensure the DSWs feel ready and prepared to work with individuals one-on-one. And kind of in that same vein, we also heard from the DSWs that having specific, almost module-like trainings for those populations that might need a little extra consideration, like Alzheimer's or dementia, Parkinson's, deaf, blind, having a little extra training for those populations so that the DSWs felt like they would be able to support that person as well as they could. And then we also heard frustration with some of the DSWs having to start over again with new provider agencies, kind of square one each time they wanted to maybe take on another client from a different agency. And for providers that or DSWs that had been doing this work for years, having to retake some of those same trainings became a little cumbersome. And if there was some kind of equivalency that they could take, maybe like a quiz or an exam to test out, so to speak, of some of that training, that would be really helpful. But without their willingness to tell it like it is, so to speak, I don't know if Indiana or if we would know exactly where to begin with the training issue, and that was really helpful to hear from them. And then my last slide will end not too far outside of our time range, was retaining that last leg of the stool, retaining DSWs. And of course, if the more you can retain, hopefully the less resources and time you have to put into the recruitment aspect. So you might not be surprised to see wages listed as #1 from the DSWs. I will say, though, we didn't really hear as much about wages as we anticipated. A lot of the people on the advisory board were in this work because they loved it. They loved helping others, loved being of assistance to others. And it wasn't so much about the wages as it was about support from supervisors and having access to peers that were also in this work. The benefits cliff concern, just real quick on that, some of the workers didn't make enough to really support themselves fully every month, or were working and living paycheck to paycheck, and so they were on assistance themselves. So even if they wanted to take on more hours or more clients, they felt somewhat limited to do that because they would then be making too much and lose either like the food assistance that they received every month or help with health insurance. The support piece we've heard about a lot. We actually just had our HCBS conference in DC, and some direct support workers came to the stage, there goes my earring, to talk about their work. And one of them said, this can be kind of a lonely job. We go from house to house to provide support. Don't really see other DSWs, even just a text message or a call from a supervisor or some sort of connection to other DSWs would be really helpful for emotional health, troubleshooting, just being able to have that connection with others. And then finally, transportation and mileage reimbursement. We have also heard from the DSWs that mileage reimbursement, when it's provided, if it's provided, usually is under the federal mileage reimbursement and is only available when the consumer or person is in their car. So there's a lot of wear and tear on cars, especially if you're thinking about rural areas. Getting out to rural areas, often there's not public transportation. So when DSW shared, what if we did some kind of oil change discount or routine maintenance on cars, some sort of discount there, if the mileage couldn't be achieved or if that's something that they couldn't do. So just kind of with all this information, Indiana is in the midst of creating their workforce plan with a contracted partner, the Bowen Center, and the DSWs on the advisory board have had very direct and impactful feedback to share into that plan. The plan draft just recently came out, and that was shared first with the advisory board. I think it really meant a lot to them, and it just kind of showed how Indiana is really putting an increased focus on the direct support workforce and values their input. The advisory board will be up and going for another 2.5 years at least, and they will stay involved with Indiana as the work plan is turned into real action steps in the future. Thank you all so much for having us today. And if there are any questions, I don't know if we have time for that, or we'll just kind of give it back to you all.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll take a few minutes for questions if we have any. Are there questions? Okay. Don't see any questions in the room, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next presentation on iLink Technologies, and I'd like to introduce Mike Strauss, the Executive Director of Good Life Innovations. So, welcome. Now can you push the button right at the base of the mic?
Okay. Now? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good. Let me start the. Fine. It was an incredibly timely presentation that you just heard for what we're doing. I would just tell you we have a passion, a 40-year passion for workforce stability. It's ironic, before I even start the presentation, that in 1995, Braddock and Mitchell published a national study, one of the most famous, on direct support turnover. It was widely regarded from University of Chicago, and they concluded that the direct support workforce in 1995 for 3 decades was the most unstable workforce in the country. And it's interesting to note the characteristics that they presented have played forward until today. So, you know, we've learned a lot, but we have a lot of history that we're trying to make up for. Good Life, which is the agency that I direct, has a 40-year relationship with the University of Kansas Department of Applied Behavioral Science, and we have been working on strategies for workforce capacity for many decades. In fact, I'll let you know later, we're working in over 20 states, Indiana, where we are an added value service for an MCO that's vying for that, and have been working with 3 MCOs to bring help to people who need that. So let me go a little bit through what we do. Today, we're going to talk about senior services that's done in a different way, and it's where we reimagine independence, and it's called Good Life's Neighborhood Network. This is one of the added value services that actually will be in Indiana. So obviously, we all want the same thing as a senior. We want to live a good life. We want to live in a nice home. We don't want to lose our independence. We want to maintain it for as long as possible. We want a circle of friends and sort of purpose in our life. But thousands, you know, thousands of people with age-related disabilities have to choose between that and care. And we have been working very hard for that not to be the choice. Traditional service providers aren't really the answer, because assisted living and Health Plus care is very structured, it's expensive, but they can deliver care around needs that ebb and flow. And that's why they're valuable, and they give a peace of mind because of that. The alternative traditionally has been in-home care. But in-home care, as you've just seen right there, and I know the national data very well, 32% part-time. And probably that's one of the biggest problems that you'll see of in-home care. As care is delivered with an individual home, it gets more and more wonky. The schedules get very challenging, and they're not attractive. So when you look at things that you try to improve, you want to always give more wages, but that's not it. That's not it. It is a schedule. It is what you ask the direct support person to do and live their life. 5-day work weeks nationally has been a really big problem. We focus on 3-day work weeks, which is a whole other discussion for another day. But when in-home care is delivering one-on-one services, obviously that's a big challenge, because as 10,000 seniors, you know, retire each day and 1 every 8 seconds, it's really very challenging to think that in-home care can be delivered by the workforce that was never adequate when we were delivering congregate care. So now we got a different problem, and we have to focus on it and develop it and address it in a different way. We believe that, and that's kind of been our passion, is that everybody has the vision of what we want. We want to get help in the home when we want it, how we want it, and we want to maintain our life. But until now, there's not really been a great roadmap on how to do that. It's a vision without a plan. And the neighborhood network is our effort to do that. So what's the characteristics of a new paradigm of care? I'm going to propose 3. You want affordable, high-quality, individualized care in typical homes at the moment of need. You want tenured, underlined full-time, well-paid caregivers that work attractive schedules, like I just said. And you need great supervision, which is not possible in home care as it's traditionally done. Even though you could provide 2, 3, it doesn't matter how many weeks of training that you provide, care needs are organic and the problems are organic, and you need somebody to help somebody at that moment of need. Basically 30%, 36% of the workforce has been employed less than 6 months. You have to constantly have a way to educate people on the job at the moment of need, not just person served, but but the people who help them. So Good Life's Neighborhood Network is a new paradigm of care, and in all truth, we've been doing it since 2011. The Neighborhood Network is an intentional and inclusive technology-leveraged service model for seniors. We have for IDD populations, multi-populations, where support is provided on demand, when and where needed, as an amenity of a well-selected neighborhood, which we believe care should be. Neighborhood networks use iLink technologies to provide support that organically ebbs and flows around need and in ways that maximize privacy, safety, self-direction, and independence. The neighborhood network, in my mind, redefines what's possible because iLink is sort of allowed us to rethink how a service model is done because iLink has given us the ability to be everywhere at every moment and help people live in very small, inclusive homes and do things differently. You know, I always give this example. You know, Netflix is not Blockbuster, but it delivers movies, right? It changed how movies were delivered. Technology leveraged services change what's possible and how you can actually deliver help to small, inclusive homes. So we use, well, on the side issue, we have a passion on strategies for the workforce. And like I said, we're working right now today in 20 states helping on that. We use tenured, well-paid staff working 3-day work weeks for the most part. 97% of our staff are full-time, as opposed to 32% part-time. And because we work 3-day work weeks, we have 12 days a month, 16 days off a month. You have the capacity to work extra, which is incredibly important. If you don't have the capacity to work extra, then how do we power through these openings? How do you power through instability? So it's really important to think about that. It's been award-winning. Our neighborhood network in 2016, it won the Autism Speaks Most Innovative Service Model Internationally Award. In 2020, the National Association of Direct Support Professionals, the ANCHOR, which is a national association of providers, and the University of Minnesota Research and Training Center named our neighborhood network and iLink as in the Moving Mountains Award, which was for workforce stability. Good Life is recognized and supported by multiple MCOs who are using this as added value in work in states. And so, you know, I feel like this paradigm and how it's done differently is resonating, and certainly most post-COVID, or at this side of COVID, it's resonating because we already know the importance and be able to help people in their homes. So here's the menu of a neighborhood network. We take a well-selected neighborhood, we combine that with iLink technologies in the homes, we add remote and in-home support, neighborhood support and remote support professionals, and that's what equals a neighborhood network. So when we say we start with a well-selected neighborhood, I was just talking earlier, it can be a rural town can be a neighborhood, and we do that. Or it could be a well-selected neighborhood within the context of urban community. We try and pick something that's safe and accessible, close to amenities, maybe public transportation, large enough to be inclusive, but large enough to allow a deployment system that can get everywhere 5 minutes out, 24/7, which is our goal. We often pick neighborhoods where seniors already exist. Here's an interesting piece of data. In 55-plus communities, the average age moving in our research is 77. That's older. They wait, and move in. And the reason they leave is because they need to go to assisted living. But in normal rental communities, like the one we're in Lawrence, 25% of the residents of that community already are senior, and they're much younger seniors. So they're moving in typical neighborhoods, and they want to stay. They don't really want to move to 55-plus communities. So a normal neighborhood is where they want to be, but they just can't get peace of mind there for care. Next, we add smart technologies, and these technologies have been developed. Believe this or not, we began developing technologies in the year 2000. We are the oldest demonstration of remote support technologies in the country for IDD services. iLink has had multiple iterations. We've invested literally millions of dollars in this technology. Basically, it allows remote support to, with permission of the senior or with permission of the person that's served, to see, hear, feel, and act. Home automations, it makes it so that they can virtually be present in a home. And iLink installs are fully wireless, and we'll go over that. Very quickly, professional services. What we try to do is we have a tiered approach where we have remote professional services that go across multiple neighborhoods. We have an in-neighborhood care team, and we have neighborhood volunteers, which we'll talk about, which is very special. Think about the old-fashioned caring neighborhood where neighbors help neighbors leveraged by technology and also professionals. So the neighborhood care team would be professional neighbors. And by the way, Erin, she's been here, by the way, for 10 years in that capacity. They permanently live in the neighborhood, and they provide care at the moment of need. We also add direct support staff on top of that. Now, it's incredibly stable. Our professional neighbors in our neighborhood network have not had a turnover since before the pandemic. Put that forward to the national data today, okay? And part of that is they're vested in the community, they're paid part of the housing is tax-free because it's a requirement of the job, and they're paid a good salary, and they can ebb and flow support because they live there. And by the way, everybody can tell you now, post-COVID, they want to work at home, right? So we've leveraged all of those things. Professional laborers supervise direct support staff. They arrange schedules for the neighborhood. They cultivate neighborhood involvement. Virtual professional services are services that we remotely give to all neighborhoods. So it's centralized, so nursing and other kinds of support. You can see that here. And then volunteer services. By the way, Judy Malone, hi Judy. Judy's president of AARP. She's also on the Good Life board, and she's a tremendous volunteer. We had a merger into Good Life of a volunteer group called Community Village Lawrence, whose job were seniors volunteering with other seniors to help them live independently. They now have joined forces with us so that we can have another component to our neighborhood network, which is neighbors helping neighbors in a volunteer. And people will do that, especially seniors, because there's purpose in it, and it's your neighbor. So here's the benefits. I can go through that, but the neighborhood network eliminates just-in-case care, so it's about 50% of the cost of other care, certainly of assisted living. It creates comfortable, safe neighborhoods, a peace of mind. It lowers the overall transportation cost because we weave in volunteer support, by the way, and for public transportation and other kinds of services, and it cultivates relationships, which is, by the way, the most important thing is the relationships. Professional help is offered when we need it, and we encourage people to be independent. One thing I want to point out here that's so important about a neighborhood network, assisted living, a couple, sometimes one member of the couple has to go to assisted living, and the other isn't. You got two housing costs, right? And in our system, people can maintain and they can live together. And then all we have to pay for is the marginal thing that they can't do for each other. It's huge. It's a huge thing. And you cultivate independence, not create dependence. Good Light's been around for 45 years. We've had a 45-year partnership with the University of Kansas Department of Applied Behavioral Science, which is a part of the history of our program. By the way, a fun thing that they even send secret shoppers through our hiring process, so they give us feedback on how we're doing in hiring. I mean, every aspect of our program is kind of analyzed and researched on that. I'm going to give an iLink demonstration, and while I do, I'm going to very quickly provide a little video, if I can. It's about a 2-minute video. A little bit of a show of what a neighborhood network is, how it's designed. So I'm going to stop there so we can get on to the next one. But I want to make a brief comment that the seniors oftentimes end up in assisted living health plus homes because they can't do 5% of the things that they need to do. The problem is those 5% of things aren't predictable. They happen at unpredictable times. So we have to do just-in-case staffing. And when you do just-in-case staffing, you either overserve somebody. All in-home care is scheduled. So it's either overserved, where you're there obtrusively when they're not needed, or it's underserved because, and then people are at risk. With the neighborhood network strategy, you don't have to make that choice. So I'm going to demonstrate, this is a first, we're going to demonstrate before this committee some of our technologies so you can just see how simple it is. The system is wireless. It can be installed in the home in just hours. And it can be moved, and it's really fairly affordable. I mean, this is like the 4th or 5th iteration of our services. It has an intercom, and you can put intercoms around the home in different ways. As you can see, there's phones and other kinds of strategies to do that. And it's tied to all kinds of sensors.
Mike,
Yeah.
sorry, could you stay close to the microphone?
I apologize,
That's
yes.
okay.
Okay.
The remote people can't hear you when you get away.
It's tied to all kinds of sensors in the home. Everything, I mean, for anything you can imagine, stove. I mean, we would know with our software that's called iLink Assist, we would know if somebody got up, went to the bathroom, and came back to their bed in five minutes. You know, you tell me what the number is that you're okay with. Let's 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But at some point in time, you say, wait, they didn't get back to the bed in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. There is a number that you're going to say, I'm concerned about. iLink Assist filters out times when you don't need to help somebody and pinpoints times when you do. So if you go to the bathroom and you come back and you say, you know, if they don't get back in 15 minutes, I'm going to know that. When that happens, it alerts remote support. They will virtually knock to come in and ask if people are okay. Or a stove is on, but they're not in the kitchen and they walked out the door. There's 100 little rules that iLink Assist thinks about logic and filters out times where we don't need to be intrusive, but pinpoints times where we do. And that is how we maintain privacy without being intrusive, but coming in when we need it. And also, it has an amazing self-direction capability. What we've tried to do is, by self-direction, I'm saying people have an ability to ask for help in very simple ways. We require one finger and one button for self-direction in every sense. And that really allows people, IDD or people with seniors, you know, to be able to get help when they need, but not necessarily always rely on it because of the sensors. So just to illustrate, we have two-way intercom that's two-way. It can be simple. I'm going to press this. Oh. I'm going to go ahead and reject it because it would be that horrible echo if I did. But what happens, I'm going to...
iLink, this is Chris.
Hi, Chris. I'm just doing a demonstration to show that when I didn't answer my phone, it went to you at iLink. And where are you guys located?
We're located in Olathe, Kansas.
Yeah, well, thank you. Hey, would you mind giving a call back and virtually knocking?
Thank you.
Bye.
iLink, this is Chris.
Hey, Chris, thanks for doing that. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank
All
you.
right. Now, I could demonstrate this too, but a lot of seniors like phones, right? You remember the phones you just auto-dialed when you picked it up, right? That's as simple on this. You pick it up, it auto-dials, it calls. This particular one we call directly. Yeah. Now, the reason I wanted to show you this is also a self-direction system too for self-directed care. We've designed it that way. So I'm kind of looking at the next kind of vision of care of being a hybrid self-directed and provider system. For example, a family could have this for a senior, and if they didn't answer the phone, it could go back to a provider-based support, if that makes sense. So it gives them that peace of mind that they always got something standing behind them on that, because the family can't do everything. So it has a phone capability. Other little things that are kind of neat about, before I go into the one other part, is just by any phone, we have all kinds of other technology. You can't see it, but there's a little check-in and check-out cards on the top of this. I can touch this with my phone, and all it does is clock me in. I touch this and it clock out. If you've ever worked with EVV, this is our version of EVV, but it geolocates the person and it starts a timer so we know, and then we can look and see who all has visited that home, for how long, for billing purposes or other kinds of purposes. We can look at every manager to make sure that they've rotated their time in the home and provided that. And then, if you see the kiosk here, we want people to know who's helping them. So I hit this, who's helping me, and you can see it says, this is who's helping today. Now, he's asked for that to be changed out. So in a minute, you'll see that somebody else comes in. So at a shift change, it adds that. And it may take, usually it takes a minute, so I don't, there. So a shift just changed, and somebody else will go away. But this allows the senior or anybody to know who's helping them, and that's really, really important virtually. Also, I want to show you that, yes, we do have cameras, but they're self-directed, but you don't have to have a camera. This system is designed so it works with and without cameras. But let me just tell you something. Cameras aren't cameras anymore. And I'm going to show you this just to illustrate this. This is a live video. Now, we actually recorded it for this because I didn't want to show any personal thing. But I want you to see that, the technology that we have. You can mask out people. You can mask out doors so that you can't see them through. You can change them to digital. You can have Claire at your own discretion. So we try to let people have the amount of, the goal is to provide the least intrusive approach to provide the care that you want in the most privacy possible. Try to do this with in-home staffing. It doesn't work so well. With in-home staffing, you're either present or you're not present. You're either intruding or you're not intruding. We have an infinite amounts of privacy gradations in this, and that's super important. Just to show you some things, if I hit the little camera, here I can go back to here, but if I hit the camera, I can turn it off, and you notice this light went off. So we also have light bulbs that go around the house. Every time we turn the camera off, that goes off, and any of the light bulbs we put around, it's a cue to people that the cameras are not on. Or I could turn them on, and you'll see that goes on. Any lights around the house that's associated with that goes on, so that, or just little like night lights would go on to just show that we're able to look in the home. And then we have other things like our client information management system and other things. But I'm going to go to one thing that you might like, and this is a teleclinic. This is to give you an example of nurses who might be able to support every home at every moment of need. I'm just going to enter my name, Mike, and I'm going to check in. And when when I check in, you can see that that's going into a queue into our clinic, and it will be answered in queue. And if, by the way, it had to wait for a while, they would come on the intercom and say, hey, it's going to be a little bit before we can get to you. But hopefully, because this is a demo, there it goes. Hi, Heather.
Hi.
How are you doing? Heather,
I'm doing good.
Heather, what's your role at Good Life?
I am the director of nursing.
And she is one of the most tech-savvy people I have ever met. But Heather is able to support any home and her clinic is able to provide health care, health reviews, help for direct support staff, or just follow-up work with a person that's been in the hospital at any moment of the day that they want. All they have to do is connect. And by the way, it can go the other way. I did it this way. It can come in the other way as well. So I just kind of wanted to show you that part of it. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great day, guys.
Bye now. On a side issue, we have, on IDD services, we have board certified behavioral analysts that do the same thing. And we're going to be working to do that, be rolling out across the country this next year. So I could go on and on, of course, and I'm not. So I'm going to stop if there's any questions. But I actually do want to say something. All the work that we're doing is in two areas. We showed you the technology and the neighborhood network, which we think is, that's actually kind of putting everything together that we do. But we work with agencies across the country to help them improve their schedules and their pay and those sort of strategies. Right now today, with the agencies we work with, we're averaging $2.50 to $3 more an hour with the same budget, which is fantastic. And we have wonderful outcomes with that. But more importantly than pay is they're working very attractive schedules, and we pivoted from part-time to full-time people. And we're able to work extra because we have that extra capacity. Any questions?
Okay, do we have questions? Camille?
Thank you for your work. Thank you for the presentation. I'm a fan of the technology, the vision, and the innovation that you have done. I think I may have been in a setting that some of your see some of your work. So, and I agree with you that while sometimes we see that technology can be a privacy issue, it also is an issue for most of the people that we talk to, why they did not have in-home people come and work in their home, is they didn't want someone there all the time.
They don't.
So there's a trade-off to be had there. So I appreciate that. But I'm also known for asking kind of hard questions, so I'm going to do this to you too. So you're saying, though, that the real estate that they have to live in for this at this point would be owned by Good Life?
No, well, we actually go with normal rental communities, so that's the only thing that we do. So, for example, we have Frontier in Lawrence, and we have so it has about 500, 600 units. Because it's that large, there's about 4 or 5 that come open every month, so we can almost virally step in any community like that. So no, not at all.
So the follow-up question to that I have to ask, and I appreciate that, is that I'm aware of some of the rates are paid on the IDD level, so it makes it affordable for that residential setting those settings I'm aware of. Is the rent that an individual would have to pay, could someone on Medicaid on one of our other waivers afford to be in those settings that you're talking about?
Well, let me tell you the business plan.
Okay.
The reality is we want to be in a place where we opened up a lot of IDD supports in the neighborhood network for seniors, but it happened to be in an area where there's 25% seniors in that same area organically. And this is where seniors wanted to live. We believe that the state will look at from a sort of a public funding viewpoint, and we do too. But at the other side of this, we also know that 70% of all senior care is private. Now, that can underwrite our services to allow us to be able to provide housing subsidies for people who have greater needs, which is exactly what we do. Everybody in our neighborhood network, we raise money. That's why we do this work across the country. We subsidize that so that they can live in better places. But the reality is, we are wrong to look at housing separate from care. That's a wrong idea. The overall cost is always less, including housing. You just pay for things differently. It's something that we have to understand that just like assisted living is a very expensive house. They just charge it off differently. I can go through the math of that, but they can't afford it either. But they're making so much in care, they don't care. And so my point is, there's a different way to do this so that we can actually give people better places to live without charging them the amount of money that we charge them for it, and that's what we do.
Thank you.
Lee?
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. And thank you for addressing the cost of the rent. My question would be more towards the services. I love that you included the price structure and how you do the price. It's really a la carte in nature for the services that they need. They don't have to pay for 8 hours care when they only need 1 or 30 minutes. I love that. My question would be, you had mentioned that you had worked with MCOs. Has that been successful, and how do you serve the populations who may not have those extra funds to pay the a la carte services? Do you work with the waiver programs to do those services? Because if you subsidize the rent, but then they need the services, how does that work for folks who can't pay for it?
That's a great question. First of all, the prices you see are for private pay prices. So because the Kansas waiver is face-to-face, by the way, the one thing you need to change in the Kansas waiver, first of all, we view care as an amenity of a neighborhood, which means that anybody with needs would be supported. A person with MS that needs some support, IDD, seniors, it's all a caring neighborhood is how we want to. Silo-free care is what we want. But unfortunately, the waivers don't line up, and they need to. And you need to move away from face-to-face, because face-to-face is a sort of a dependence-taking strategy when you don't need to do that. So there's a different way to do it, and I hope, does that, what?
I mean, it sort of answers my question. I just wondered if you were able to serve folks who couldn't afford it at this time.
Yes,
or
we are.
Or if there needed to be changes to the waiver, you know, what changes would be needed to be made.
What's needed with the waiver changes to move away from face-to-face and pay a sort of a PMPM for the use of the technology, because as an example, Erin's a master at this. She's a remote teacher. She can teach the people, and she also cares for them, so she has this great relationship. But once you know somebody, you can do more with remote support than if you don't know them. And so by doing that, you have to have ability to help without being face-to-face. So that's the number one thing. We've never pursued MCO relationships, but we have a ton right now, and it's because they see the beauty in the model. But we do need to have a demonstration in Kansas to show how we can do some things differently. I'd love to discuss that, and we already made a proposal to one MCO for that sunflower, but we would be welcome to have that discussion. It's not much that we have to change, actually. Any other questions?
Okay, Jan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My question, the neighborhood network concept coming into a small town, and we consider ourselves, some of us understand it, that we are a neighborhood, we are the town.
Yeah.
So the senior population that already owns their home doesn't want to move out of their home. Can they get all of these other, I mean, you would not, they would not move into
It's
your
all
rental
about
house?
deployment. It's all about deployment. So in a small town, the deployment's really very good. We have services in Iola, Kansas. The town is our neighborhood in that case. And also our next level of development, we're actually developing some mobile systems for deployment, and we're doing some really interesting things where we give stipends to people that live, direct support staff, to live close in proximity to targeted neighborhoods so that we can have a better deployment system and transportation. The interesting thing is the things that they said they needed, transportation, housing, there's direct support staff. This is what they want. They want a good job, good pay, housing, transportation, and childcare. That's what they want. Okay? Those kinds of things we can give them in the neighborhood network.
Great, thank you.
Haley.
Thank you. So my question kind of piggybacks some off of Jan, because a lot of, like, I've ran home health, and I kind of see this similar to a home health concept. Is it intended to kind of replace home health? Because a lot of times your home health is more of your, however many allotted hours of service on waivers or with MCO contracts. But what the question I see as a potential problem, and I would love to hear your take on this, is that just like Jan said, our service area was maybe, 45 minutes this direction, 45 minutes that direction, in very, very rural frontier areas where, mom and pop own their farm, they have for 3 generations, don't want to leave that. So the concept like Jan said, of a neighborhood for us could be an entire county in the state.
I totally understand that. And I will tell you, I'm from that background too, farming background. And I will tell you that people leave farms for assisted living. And that's number one for us. And if I have to say one thing I want to eliminate, I think the neighborhood network with right support can eliminate 3/4 of assisted living for about 2/3 of the cost to half of the cost. I'm pretty certain of that because it's how you live by, live near, live with people to deliver care. But with respect to, that's where I was talking about a quasi-self-directed system is exactly on point of what you said. Now, a town is just a neighborhood, but a rural place, we could keep people there if we had a hybrid system of a self-directed system where the phones and everything are connected to people that agree to it with a backup of a provider base. It's not a full, it's not a full, but even also in this year, they've given some permission for family members to provide care. So, I mean, we're right there of solving that kind of problem with the right investments.
So would this be intended to work supplemental with home health agencies then, or to replace them?
I think it's intended for them to be able to redefine how they deliver care.
Okay. And can I ask one final question, Madam Vice Chair? Broadband has been a huge conversation for forever and ever for us. Where do you see your technology having already adequate systems in place to serve those, especially in rural frontier? Or what would your needs be?
Yes. 2 issues. Midnight Farm, come visit it. We own it, and we do a lot of research there. By the way, Elon Musk, you love him and you hate him, right? Everybody has all kinds of opinions. But we're on Starlink at Midnight Farm. Works great. So that has been solved.
Further questions? Okay, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you
Very
so much.
interesting. Okay, now I will turn the floor over to Arida and Hina Shah for some review and discussion of the recommendations.
Good morning. We're going to try to structure this as in an organized manner so that we can be efficient and effective in our discussions. I'm thankful that Hina is available virtually and encourage her to step in when she has information that she can share that would help with the discussion. My plan is to go through each of the recommendations in numerical order. And as we go through those, I would encourage you to think about several things. First of all, do we need to change the tier for that particular recommendation? Is that something that we should be considering? And as you think about that, Hina reminded me that one of the key points that she made to the working groups was that if we place something in Tier 1, you should remove something from Tier 1 because not everything can be Tier 1. And so that's something to keep in mind while you're working. And also consider changes in or additions to the recommendation language, to the rationale, ease of implementation, the potential for high impact considerations, action leads, key collaborators, all those are a possibility for change, key performance indicators. There's been some discussion already on some of those points. And so my goal is going to be to read the recommendation, provide you with some high-level topics that have been discussed, that, key points that might have been brought up or questions, and any recommendations that were suggested for changes. and then allow discussion as you would like to carry on with that particular recommendation. And we will just move through them. I'm going to start, one more thing to note. One of the items that was discussed yesterday was the inclusion of the legislature as either a key collaborator or a lead agency. And it's my understanding that when the recommendations were proposed by the working groups, when they went through those, the idea was if the only reason for legislature involvement was funding, then that legislature was placed as a, not as a lead agency, but a key collaborator. And if they needed legislation drafted, then they were placed in, the legislature was placed in the key collaborator, the lead agency. That's still, if that's how you want to work, that's fine. If you want to change that, it's the choice of the task force and the chairperson. So we will begin with 1.1.
Arita, are you working off of this?
I am working off the report. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And 1.1 begins with the cross-cutting recommendations, and that is on page 5 of the report. The 1.1 recommendation is for immediate action, Tier 1, statewide aging conference. The recommendation reads, the state of Kansas will create a statewide conference or reinstate the Governor's Conference on Aging to create networking opportunities and foster relationships among professionals to create opportunities to share evidence-based practices, lessons learned, and national themes. During that discussion, there was some question about when we did away with the aging conference, do other states have these types of conferences? Also talked about the fact that there is a regional conference in Missouri. I did a little bit of research just quickly, and several other states, Texas, Florida, Minnesota, several others also had those types of conferences available. There was a concern about broadband issues and discussion about regional sites where people could gather to make broadband more accessible so they could participate. And so among the discussion, we talked about including the legislature as a key collaborator, and also talked about adding to the ease of implementation the topic of broadband connectivity issues that may prevent stakeholders in rural and frontier areas from attending. Are there any suggestions, changes, discussion on that? Would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't help but feeling like this one seemed in some ways similar to 5.1, which is on that same tiered list, statewide aging conference, and wondering what kind of synergies there were within these two ideas. And if you read about the ideas, they look similar. I didn't know if anyone else had that thought.
What page is that on? 30?
5.1.
Page 30 is 5.1. Okay, so that one is, 5.1 is the State Advisory Council. Camille, do you have a discussion?
I believe 5.1 and that council is a legislated requirement, or like a federal requirement that that council exists. It's not a conference, if that makes sense. I think that's the distinction.
I believe that's correct. I think we have it, it already exists, but it's not active, I believe. And so it would be an ongoing council that has regular meetings, where the other one is a conference. So, Lacey, go ahead.
So my comment is similar, but so yesterday I was kind of noticing some themes of like an annual training or an annual meeting or an annual something that was several recommendations. So I went through and I flagged, but so I would suggest if we were to pass recommendation 1.1, adding elements of required things that would happen at this conference at 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 2.2, and 3.4. I think we could, if we were to take those recommendations and make them a required element of this conference, we could streamline one recommendation.
Yeah.
1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 2.2, and 3.4 are the ones that I had kind of recognized as being able to, I think, roll into one. But I am happy to entertain other suggestions or points.
Okay. Well, thank you for doing some homework. Camille?
I will have to adamantly speak up about the 1.2 just being included in a conference that a few hundred people might attend. Is that actually being the spirit and intent of 1.2? The spirit and intent of one, so just if we get there.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if your intent was, in this discussion, was combining some of these. Had you discussed that?
We had discussed that some amongst ourselves. I think that would be an area that maybe Hina would be able to give a little bit more guidance on. I think I don't have a problem with combining, however the committee wants to do that. Something to keep in mind is if we combine too many of them, then there becomes some confusion with who is the key collaborator, who is lead agency, and which parts of those combined recommendations they're responsible for. And so it might actually create more confusion than it would assist in combining the recommendations. It's just a thought. But Hina would be, I think, good to hear from on that.
Okay. Hina, are you available?
I am. Good morning, Vice Chair
Good morning.
Buchanan. So we can quickly assemble tables as you propose what you would like to combine and come up with some, things to consider in the combination. Who the leads are, who the key collaborators are, efficiencies that could be gained, or maybe unintended consequences. And then as you go through this, we could have those tables ready, and then I can share my screen maybe towards the end of the conversation to think about those combinations. Does that sound like a good plan?
That sounds like a plan. And I guess an alternative would be to go ahead and deal with them separately, but have the conference as a key collaborator as an opportunity to fulfill the others. But well, let's go ahead and look forward to the chart.
Okay.
Okay.
So I can just go ahead and go through each of those individual recommendations in case there's language change or anything on those as we go through?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll proceed with 1.2 if there's nothing further on 1.1. Okay. 1.2 is immediate action, Tier 1, person-centered practices. And it reads, support provider training and framework for person-centered planning, and especially for those with dementia, in which an individual's own wishes, strengths, and relationships are respected. And it provides 3 bullet points there about recognizing person's strengths, abilities, and choices, ensuring trauma-informed person-centered care policies for older adults who have experienced adult abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And the suggestion is to look at the Money Follows the Person program and 6.3 for transition services. When we had a discussion on 1.2, there was mention about adding the managed care organizations as collaborators or potentially leaders in lead agency on this. There was mention about Money Follows the Person being starting again in the state of Kansas. And so that was part of that discussion. There was no decision made at that point whether or not to add the MCOs and at what level, whether it's a key collaborator or lead agency.
Okay, any discussion on this one? Hey, Haley, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a few things that I feel should be considered with this. I understand where Camille's coming from as far as the training perception, the training portion there for providers. I think there's also the intent where Lacey was speaking, and I don't mean to misspeak for anyone, but my thought would be this would also be a great place for the aging conference where it could be, you know, the conference for those who are their in-home caregivers as a means of education. I think the intent is the overall education piece. I think what we need to stop and consider is the educating in a skilled nursing facility versus educating a in-home provider versus educating an HCBS service provider is going to be completely different. However, we need to standardize the training and make a good system and process by which this is implemented to, and that's where I believe where we see the cross-cutting sectors.
Camille.
So yes, person-centered thinking and person-centered framework training, there are standardized trainings for that, and multiple ones that are good and multiple ones that can be used. And you're right that, and all of those are a basic framework that can actually be used. Our state could pick them up if it wanted to, and they could use them for not only long-term care, but for foster care, for workforce, we are, by the way, doing that a little bit and have for several years where there's a community of practice with the Kansas Council of Developmental Disabilities. And I think that KDADS is looking at that. It's through it is through the national, that center that's, I never can say it right because I use the acronym, but the National Center on Advancing Person-Centered Practices. And so if we as a state look at adopting some more standardized, basic foundational person-centered thinking training, person-centered practices, it will just build. But that is something that will be done differently, or a little differently or it probably just be done in silos a little bit. HCBS for the waiver for the NFMH, they're looking at doing training for transition services. We're looking at doing things with the provider associations, with PEAK from our office as well. This is a community education. It's not just a provider education, if that makes sense. Guardians, the supported decision-making so many things that we talk about, that foundational training of what person-centered even means is what we're talking about here, and that we are supporting that at different levels. I don't know, and I think that's the reason we maybe didn't add the legislature. I think we all can just figure out how to do this right together, but that there is an endorsement by all of us that we will work together to do that somehow. So I don't, maybe my vision's too large.
Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with Camille and with Haley and really with everybody. I think we're saying the same thing. And if we look at the bullet points for the intent of this training, I really feel like we could have a big impact if it's done at the statewide conference. And then it's a question of how you market it. So maybe it's an afternoon of a training or it's an afternoon session, and that afternoon session can be marketed to all the different providers, provided virtually, so you can get the most attendance possible, and we can all be on the same framework for what person-centered practices really look like. I think this could easily be done in that conference forum.
Okay, further discussion. Rachel.
But I think that it shouldn't be limited to that conference. I mean, you know, the message needs to go out far and wide, whatever continuing education opportunities there are, et cetera, et cetera. That could be one tool in the kit.
Haley?
Yes, and I agree. And I think I think we're all on the same page, maybe speaking a little bit different language here, that if we had a speaker presenter format that we are launching at the conference, it can be live streamed, it can be recorded, it can be sent to facilities to in a recorded format where it is a live training that they can provide within their required monthly in-services. It can be a recording that we put a link to on a website for in-home providers that they can watch in the comfort of their own homes. When they have those off hours, if they're working during the day and they only have 9:00 p.m. to take care of dad when he's finally in bed, along that sort of way, just, streamlining it to be more accessible, I think would reach all those populations.
Okay, and I think that when we discuss all of this over again, I think that we need to keep these comments in mind, but did we want to do anything with the MCOs on there? Did we want to add that to the lead or the key collaborators? Where do you see that following? Camille?
I think it's essential in that we actually have the MCOs included. We have managed care. They do several frameworks of person-centered thinking training that they are trained and credentialed trainers in that. They do understand what it means and can help send that message to all those. They cover all those entities that we talked about.
Okay, so you see it as a
that they
lead?
maybe should be a lead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else have an opinion on that one? Yeah, Lee.
Thank you. I would agree with Camille. I think the MCOs have the resources to put out that training, and then we need to, utilize the resources we do have. And if they already have trained, credentialed people to do that training, we should be asking them to do that training for us on a broader level.
So it sounds to me like we want to put that as a lead.
Okay.
Any other comments on any other aspects of this one? Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to 1.3 on page 7, education.
Madam Vice Chair, Orida, I apologize.
Yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead,
know.
Hina.
I actually have the chart up to share if you want to take a look at it, since 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 are all impacted. The lead is KDADS for all of the ones that Lacey suggested. And so if you want to consider streamlining it in your conversation and not go to it later, I just want to be able to provide that benefit if helpful.
Okay. Can you share that?
Please let me know if you see my screen clearly and largely.
Yes, we can see it.
All right. So what this tells you is the tier that the recommendation is in, the different recommendations and the handles, so what it's about, and then the lead for each of them. The only other point I also wanted to bring up, as you decide to add MCOs to your lead or collaborators, consider adding KDHE as well, as they are managed by that agency.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now that we've seen this, is there any discussion on it? Yes, Lacey.
I think it looks great, and I know you didn't talk about it, but I would just make sure that as a key collaborator, if we're going to keep with the legislature should be listed there for monetary funds, we should make sure they're there because we're going to need some money to put this on.
Would you like to also discuss that, Madam Chair, on whether you would like to move the legislature over to lead if appropriations are required? Right now, throughout the report, they are listed as key collaborators if it's related to appropriations.
Yeah, when Orida mentioned that this morning, I was kind of letting that sink in. I don't know in my mind if offering legislation is a lot different than proposing an appropriation. I guess I'd like to hear from the other legislators. Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking we almost need to label it appropriations or policy, or what are we asking of the legislature? If we can make that as clear as possible, I think we're more likely to get the legislature to do something.
Okay. Do you have a preference of whether it be considered as a lead in both instances, or, as mentioned earlier, if it was to offer legislation, it would be a lead, and if it were an appropriation, it would be considered a key collaborator?
I think it needs to be a lead.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way about it, too. I agree. You agree? Okay, I think we've got, of the legislators here in the room, we have full support of keeping it as a lead, or having it as a lead. Oh, and labeling it, whether it's to offer legislation, policy, or whether it's an appropriation.
So if you look at the chart that's up right now, these are the recommendations where the legislature is as the lead, and this is legislation related. And so you have about, I think, about 10 recommendations, 9 or 10 right there. And then the next chart provides where it's appropriation. So now the legislature will be moved to the lead, but we can put appropriation in parenthetical. And these are the recommendations related to that.
Okay, great. That looks good.
All right. I will stop sharing my screen unless you want to see that combined screen again.
Does anybody need to look at the combined screen again? Okay. Okay, where are we?
We are ready for 1.3.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then 1.3 on page 7 is education training credits. It's immediate action, tier 2. And that is one of the ones that's being discussed to combine into 1.1. This particular discussion involved the responsibility for reporting credits. Who would be responsible for that? One suggestion that was made is that the licensing boards have a mechanism to track the continuing education, and that would be the most appropriate option, the best option possibly to handle that tracking. There were no comments made regarding changes to the language of the recommendation or any of the key collaborators or lead agency. So that's open for discussion.
Yes, Kylie.
So I see a lot of barriers to this one, simply because there's so many requirements for continuing education already that I can see my docs just saying, fine, I just won't work in that arena. So I think that there's ways to maybe add the liability insurance carriers like Camco, who already provide some financial incentive for getting continuing education in certain areas. So that might be a better, I mean, and there's lots of those providers. Camco is just one. So that might be a way. And also possibly working with the Universal Fund, the Kansas, geez, I sit on the board, I can't think what it is. What am I trying to say? The Kansas Stabilization Fund, which every provider has to pay into right now. That's constantly changing, and maybe working with them a little bit for some credit, depending on how important we really think this is. To have this continuing education, if we're willing to maybe partner with those two areas. In a lot of these that we're talking about, I have to wonder, first of all, is KDADS going to push back because this seems like a lot that's on KDADS? And also, how much that we can't do as a group. We have a lot of momentum. You all have done incredible work. And I'm sorry I haven't been involved in all of that, but I'm always hesitant when we depend on the legislature to keep us moving forward. And I think that you all have created a tremendous, no offense. I just know that you have full slates. And this is important. And I think that if we have an avenue to continue working together, and it might be as simple as Leading Edge and the Kansas Hospital Association working together to keep this momentum going, that we will probably get further than having to wait on any legislative or even appropriation action. So my big pushback on this, sorry for the little lecture there, is on the continuing education credits. I think that we're going to have to be creative about how we encourage that. Right now, behavioral and mental health is a big issue. We're requiring credits for that. We're requiring mental health first aid for all providers. So how we do that will probably be the key to success. Thank you.
Okay, we have a question online from Annette.
Annette Graham. I just wanted to speak to this one. So I had a question. One question was, if all of this gets moved up under 1.1, it doesn't mean that all of that training and requirements would have to be provided at the conference. Is that correct? It's just moved all together because it's all training related? So that's a question, because I think if you require all of this to be done at the conference, that's 1 or 2 days, and for all of this training to happen there, it kind of displaces some of the other intent of that training, which is the networking and the best practices and model programs, things like that. So that's one comment. And then the second comment on this specific one, from working in the field of aging for my entire career, what I've seen is that very often professionals in other arenas aren't trained or educated on the geriatric aspect, and that is problematic. We see, I'm a social worker myself, and I know that I've worked with various universities to get practicum students, and there's very little interest in geriatric training. We see that across the board in the specialties, with nurses, physicians, social workers, mental health professionals as well. I've also worked in the mental health field. So I think that when we were working on, when these things come up for discussion, that's an important thing to remember, is the importance of having specialized training to work with the growing aging population.
Okay, I think I'll call on Lacey to respond to the question she had.
So I think when I made the suggestion to combine, the idea would be that the aging conference would be a vehicle to provide an opportunity for all of these trainings. It does not necessarily have to be the end all be all. It wouldn't be the only opportunity to provide this segment of training, but it would be an opportunity for that networking to happen, for them to be working with, when we talk about like person-centered care training, if we were to do like breakout rooms in the afternoon, for them to work specifically with other professionals within their community, and make that collaboration there. But then also, with technology being as it is, having those same things at the conference recorded and available for them to go back and reuse or use at a time that's more convenient for them, but not necessarily be the only resource for the training provided in any one of these recommendations, but one of the vehicles to get that training done. Absolutely.
So as I, continue to think about combining these, my thought is that if one of these, it might be easier to keep them separated and to implement one of them. So if we pass it all at once, then we've got all of these that we're implementing at the same time. And it might be that we want 1.3, but we're not ready to do the conference yet, which I don't really foresee it being that way, but just for an example, that I've just seen in in some of our legislative action, that it's a lot of times easier to get started with a piece of it along the way, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to throw that out there for now. And I will follow up from Kylie's comments about the physicians doing the continuing ed. I'm married to one, and it's always down to that deadline of when they've got to have, we could recommend that in their continuing ed that they have to have, that they do a couple hours of that, but she's right. They will just say, okay, I'm just not going to do that. And Haley, do you have a comment? And then Camille.
Yes, I agree. On a provider perspective, we already have a hard enough time getting our medical directors to kind of fit us into their wheel of time, and now making an additional requirement. I think the other thing to look at with this, for the population that I'm here representing at this table, is what is already in place. I don't think we accurately realize what is already in place that is required in this training. Because again, from the provider side, a lot of this already is required. So are we saying what you're doing is not enough, you need to do more? Because again, you're going to get pushback on that. You're going to get a lot of pushback. Or are we smarter to say what's in place and how do we put what we want to see in there? I know an example I can give is CMS launched a hand-in-hand training. It went out to all of the nursing home providers that were Medicare certified. We had a streamlined, here's the training, you need to do it, this counts as this training. I think that if we worked that way and said, oh, this is an amendment or this is a requirement for your training, here's a resource so that we're all on the same page, I think that's a smarter use of our time rather than adding to getting less buy-in and being more collaborative.
Okay, Camille.
I appreciate your thoughts on keeping these separately and for the reasons that you said, and also promoting them within the conference is an amazing good idea. And that we're not going to be person-centered if we start telling all these different providers, you have to do this and you have to do this. I think that even for the, when we get to the abuse, neglect, exploitation and ask them for 15 hours, I think there's a case to be made for maybe we don't need 3 more hours. Maybe we need to look at the 12 hours we're doing and is it effective? We heard that presentation earlier. The direct support worker said they are not getting the training. They're being asked to sign off on things. So let's maybe look at that as going forward.
Okay. Okay, we'll go online to Linda Mowbray.
Thank you. Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare Association, Kansas Center for Assisted Living. I wanted to speak for a moment on the reporting requirement of the trainings and whatnot. There was discussion yesterday about having the different licensing boards track and be responsible for assuring that the trainings are done. And I would put caution to that for several reasons. For one, the BACA board, the Board of Adult Care Home Administrators, just recently took away the requirement of having certain domains for their continuing education. So it used to be you had administrative, you had resident care, you had electives, and now it's any up to that 50-hour point. I think there would be some pushback to, again, carve out a special segment on there for these additional training hours and the record keeping on that. I also just, quite frankly, don't think that health occupations credentialing has the manpower or the resources. I can't, or for the Board of Nursing or for the Board of Behavioral Health. But I think we're asking other agencies to be responsible for something that they may not have buy-in on, and they may not have capacity to track. And also, you know, making something a requirement, what's the penalty if you don't? Does the licensing board not renew a license because you haven't had additional training or these core competencies? I think that comes back more to the employer than to a licensing agency. Plus, many in our adult care homes are not licensed, whether it's dietary, laundry, housekeeping, maintenance. You know, those individuals need to understand person-centered care, person-centered thought as well. And yet they have, outside of the 12 hours of in-service, they're not reporting to anyone. Again, it goes back to the provider to be sure that that training is done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lacey.
So I think I have concerns with yes, I can speak to the capacity of health occupational credentialing. It is not there currently. I'm not saying that we cannot expand our services by any means, but I think one of the greater concerns I have is that we don't have the authority over all of these other professions. We have no regulatory authority to impose or oversee or require anything outside of the professions that my division oversees. So when I understand we have other boards listed as key collaborators, but really they would be the lead if they're going to be enforcing something, because they are the body that has the regulatory authority to enforce something. The other concern I have would be is yes, how do we check in to make sure that this is being done? Because the other side of what we do in my shop is survey providers to make sure they're in compliance. So when my surveyor staff goes out, and we're trying to get our surveys done and get on to the next survey and make sure that we're doing a good job, but are we going to have to reach out to 6 different boards to get information and wait back for that information to come in before we can close out our survey? Because I think that will extend the time that our surveys take and reduce the number of surveys we can do.
Okay, I think I'll call on you here in just a minute, Haley. I think there's enough discussion about this that just right off the bat, I'm going to pull this one out for when we vote on them as a group, and we'll have discussion on this on 1.3 separate. And so at this time, and Haley, I'll call on you now. You're good? I'll call on you now for discussion, but if there's any other discussion on this one, whether it needs to change tier or change any of the aspects, I think we ought to discuss that now and then move on. So Haley, did you have a comment?
Yes, I would just so boldly maybe ask for, on the language of the bullet points, I see how the first 4 bullet points, we have require education, require education, require. The last one says provide standardized training. I think in my perspective that's a better way to word this is to provide standardized training on the topic of dementia training, on the topic of geriatric mental health training, to HCBS and other community-based providers, for training for community mental health centers. I think it's a smarter language to provide the standardized training rather than to require, because there seems to be, based on the discussion, a lot on the table to require that.
So in the top line, the WGB recommendation, are you suggesting we change that require there before the bullets to say provide standardized training?
Yes, Madam Chair. Instead of require education in any part of that recommendation, be provide standardized.
Okay. Anybody, any disagreement? Okay. I think we're ready to move on then, all right.
Okay. Moving on to 1.4, caregiver services, also being recommended to include into 1.1. It's a strategic importance, Tier 2. The recommendation reads, the state of Kansas should support family caregiver services that can delay or decrease the likelihood of needing to enter a nursing facility. These can include, but should not be limited to, education and training, counseling, legal consultations, and respite care. Efforts should be made to provide these caregivers with at least paid or unpaid leave, promote awareness of organizations such as Alzheimer's Association, area agencies on aging, and other entities that identify family caregivers in need of assistance to address burnout to enable them to continue to provide in-home care. And then provide information on community resources such as CMHC, community mental health centers, in-home services, and respite care options. During the discussion on 1.4, there was not a lot of conversation regarding any questions or changes. Is there anything for consideration now?
Okay, don't see any.
Okay. Moving on to 1.5. On page 9, Rural Healthcare Coalition, it's immediate action, Tier 1, and it is to create a Rural Healthcare Coalition for Aging Services. During that discussion, there was a question regarding whether or not broadband was an issue for both the Rural Healthcare Coalition and the State Aging Conference. And there was mention made there are different options being considered and to provide more access for broadband. And that did not seem to be a concern because of the innovations being undertaken. There was a question regarding adding 2 E's of implementation, broadband connectivity issues that may prevent stakeholders in rural and frontier areas from attending, and then moving the legislature to the action lead.
Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might be missing something, but I'm flipping between the Appendix C topics listed by tier and what we're going over. So right now, 1.5. I don't see 1.5 listed under Tier 1 or Tier 2.
And those tiers were in the appendix, what were they, Appendix
C, starting on C1.
It is under Tier 1, 1.5. It's like the third one down at the very front, if that's where you're looking at? Or are you looking at the larger chart where it's just one page? No, okay.
Where, may I ask where you're looking?
Sorry, I'm at the very, very beginning when the work group recommendations are put in order by tier.
Gotcha.
That's,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm under
on the
all of
appendix.
them. Is that?
Okay, so it might have been omitted on the appendix. So we'll make sure that that gets on there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on 1.5? Jan?
On the language for the introduction, create a rural healthcare coalition, should we be using, add the word frontier in there? Since in the legislature, we have 3 distinct areas. So if we were going with rural healthcare, did we, by omission, exclude the very, very smaller communities? So should we add rural frontier healthcare? That's nitpicking, and I'm sorry, but some people assume, and this way it would be clear.
Well, I think when we talk about rural, it includes frontier. It's when we get real specific about wanting to just.
Yeah, and it becomes an exclusionary language, though, because, no?
No, I don't believe it does.
So
I don't
rural
believe.
is rural, and urban is urban.
Right.
Unless it comes to money, and then it's frontier.
Well, No, not necessarily, but I would call that a subdivision of rural. When we're talking about a rural area, like my city, for example, is rural, but I would not consider it frontier because we have a 25-bed critical access hospital and 7 physicians. And so when you go on west, where, I mean, you know what the difference is between the two. But when we say rural, we're including the entire part of the state that's outside of the main 5 counties. But then if we're wanting something to just go to those frontier, then that's when that's mentioned. But for the most part, we don't have to mention both when,
Everybody,
I mean, unless you're not wanting to include the rest of rural. If you're only wanting this to be for frontier,
I
then.
never knew there was a distinction before.
Okay.
Rural was rural, and now I've learned that, oh, no, there's also frontier.
Yeah.
And they haven't been included in some things because of the way people define the word, which is silly to me. But anyway, if it's fine, and that's
Yeah.
good. Go on.
It's clear under.
Sure, I get it.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay.
So for clarification, did we want to place the legislature under the action lead for funding on this one?
Yes.
Okay. And also, did we want to add the ease of implementation regarding broadband connectivity language to this one?
I'm seeing nods, yes. Oh, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I can't help but feeling like, you know, we're looking at adding a coalition and a council and a conference, and they're all good, but we have them all rated as top importance. And so when I look at my budget, or I think when our legislature, they might say, okay, you know, we're going to fund some extra initiatives, but which one's most important? And so I'm just throwing that out there. I think we need to, they're all good, right? It's all good. But if we had to prioritize, which one do we think is most important?
I think that's the first one that requires an appropriation, though. I think the. So far, that's the first one where we're going to ask for funding, this on 1.5.
I requested 1.1.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't write that down for that. So you don't think that you'll put that in your budget? Okay. So,
Madam Chair?
yeah, Camille.
Do we know that governors' conferences have been in a budget? Because my memory of anything I was involved with was that they are self-supporting through fees charged to the attendees. Do we know this? Because that's my memory of different governors' conferences that I was involved with.
I'm on appropriations, and I don't remember seeing it, but not that I have picked through it to that level. We can check on that. Lacey, why don't you ask that question? Yeah.
I was just, like, so it was a conference that happened in the past. So historically, was there like a fee to attend this conference?
Absolutely. There was a fee to attend the conference, as I think there is with the Governor's Child Welfare Conference and the Attorney General's Victim Services Conferences and things like that. Yes, there was a fee.
So then I guess, was it the intent of the work group for us to have a statewide conference where we're going to charge people to travel and come and discourage that attendance? Is that? Okay. Thank Thank you.
So generally, the virtual would be charged at a lesser rate than the in-person fee. Many conferences actually are looked at as raising funds for associations, so usually they can be self-supporting. That's just the general, how they generally work, at least. So what I would, there was a HCBS conference in the maybe 2014, 15, that was put together in literally a matter of weeks. They charged fees, and it was actually very well attended. So probably maybe there can be some people who were historically worked on some of that can help provide some, because it'd be helpful to you to have that
I
committee.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I just, as a government agency, I don't know that I get to fundraise. I could.
It's not, you charge, and you just figure out you charge what you expect the expenses to be.
Okay, I don't want to get too far down a rabbit hole on this with that. So the initial conversation was whether we were actually putting too many things in tier one for us to request appropriations for. Am I saying that right? Okay. Why don't we continue where we're at, and then when we look at them as a whole, as to what we have, what we've placed, unless you're wanting to make a recommendation to move this one at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that is just something I want us to keep in mind, and I think at the end we might need to talk about it because time and money are limited.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to move on then.
Okay. We're now going to start going through the recommendations from Working Group A. And those, first one is 2.1, beginning on page 11. It's a geriatric psychiatric prescribers. Immediate action, Tier 1. The recommendation reads, ensure geriatric psychiatric prescribers are accessible for consultation to complete medication evaluations for seniors receiving health services in all settings, utilizing telemedicine when applicable and available. Ensure billing codes can cover a range of psychiatric services such as medication management, consultation, care coordination, and telemedicine for older adults when applicable and available. And the 2 bullet points, develop an awareness campaign for older adults about the benefits of telehealth and require appropriate reimbursement codes that allow for complex care scenarios. On that particular recommendation, there weren't any questions nor any proposed changes.
Yes, Kylie.
Madam Chair.
Just a minute, Bill. We called on someone.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
No hurry. Thank you.
Yeah, so are you saying to list the pharmacists and the key collaborators? Or? Okay. Okay, Bill, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Hey, I just wanted to say appreciate the work of the committee on this particular goal focus. I feel very good about it. Speaking as an individual community mental health center director, and I think you've done a great job of covering all the issues to make this as broad as it is deep. And I thank you.
Okay, thanks. Further discussion, Lacey.
I just given the wording and knowing, when we're talking about what would need to happen and ensuring bill codes is a big one that points out to me. I don't know that I agree with it being an easy implementation of a 6. I do think that it may be a little bit more difficult than a 6 to implement this request.
Due to changing codes?
I think changing codes, I think having workforce shortages in all areas, including people who specialize in this area, having the right collaborators on it and making sure that they're all on board. I think all of those things combined are going to make this, when I think of, the scale of 1 to 10, I think this is on the less half, not the more half, on how hard it's going to be to do.
So do you have a recommendation?
I would say like a 3 or a 4. But
Okay. Any other comments on that? Yes, Jan.
Did we agree to add Kansas Board of Pharmacy to the lead on this in the discussion?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I would choose a 4 for lead if we're lowering that down.
Okay. Any other questions? Does anyone have a problem with changing that to 3 or a 4? Any preference? I've seen Leanne.
Thank you. I would agree with Lacey. Anytime you're dealing with billing codes, that's a beast that's not easily changed. So if you remove the billing code language, you could probably get away with, having a different ease of implementation. From the working group, I think the reason for this recommendation, or just to help the task force understand the framework behind it, is medication evaluations are required and done in certain settings for seniors, and they are very effective at helping seniors not have a huge polypharmacy and be receiving inappropriate medications. But there are some settings, AKA when they live in the community and just see their general practitioner, where sometimes those medication evaluations aren't available because the doctor might not, to be truthful, might not be paid to do that medication evaluation or to work with the pharmacy to do that. So I think the intent of the recommendation is to somehow make it more available for seniors in settings other than nursing homes, assisted livings, or some HCBS providers to receive a comprehensive medication evaluation by a pharmacist. That's the intent. So maybe the mechanism with which we get there is different than what's written here, but maybe that helps the task force a little.
Okay, yeah, yes, Lacey.
Oh, I apologize, and I know that there was no discussion on this particular one yesterday, but I do recall there being some research and discussion about the ability to bill for telemedicine at the end of the public health emergency. Is that going to play a part in this recommendation as well?
Well, I think it will when it comes time for implementation. So, I mean, we can still make it as a recommendation, but we will have to stay within Kansas law when it comes, if it requires some legislation, then that's what we'll need to do. I think probably the legislature, we are down as a collaborator. So, yeah, I think that's where that would play in. Does anyone have a problem with changing this to a 3? Okay, I think we're good to do that. Okay. Annette, do you have a comment, question?
I did have a couple of comments. One, on the bullet regarding an awareness campaign about the benefits of telehealth. I think that might just want to look into that more, because some of the data I have seen show that older adults were pretty good at taking up the opportunity for telehealth from some of the Medicare data I've seen. So I'm not sure if that really is something to put the time into, just a thought there. And then I did want to just also mention that some of the area agencies on aging do have a medication reconciliation program. It is an evidence-based program, so I am glad to see that the AAAs were listed as one of the key collaborators, because that is a service that is available in some of the area agencies on aging for community-based older adults to do some, we work with some pharmacists to do those, but it is in-home service.
Lacey?
Annette, do you know why all of the AAAs don't do it?
It is a matter of funding. and staffing. Because it is a evidence-based program, you do have to pay the cost for that, and you do have to have the staff to do that, so.
You know, and I've got a concern with this one as a whole, just to say, I understand the intent, but to say ensure geriatric psych prescribers are accessible for consultation. We have a geriatric psych unit in Beloit, just a small 10-bed unit, and there just aren't enough geriatric psychiatrists. And to say that they have to have one, is this for admission? Well, even, I mean, even to use telemedicine, that's been difficult. So they've had to, you know, do what they need to do until one is available. So I think we need to continue discussion on this one. Bill? Do you have a comment?
Oh, thank you. A bit person.
Bill,
I do.
your audio is not working very well. You're cutting out like,
Thank you, Bill,
like
Persinger,
yesterday.
Topeka. Oh, I do understand what you're saying about the human resource.
Bill, we're not hearing you. Camille, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say, would it be better to say to help ensure or to better ensure instead of saying ensure? Is the language part of the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe amend that to say better ensure. Let's go back to Kylie's comments with the pharmacy. I just kind of I went on after that because I was thinking I would see where the discussion led, but
had to prescribe. It's an issue all over the country. And so, you know, one phrase that might help. Oh gosh, yeah. Is that any better?
yes.
Can you hear me?
All of a sudden, yes, we can hear you.
Madam Chair, don't worry.
No, we're not hearing you.
He could call me and I could put him on the mic.
Okay. So was there, in the thinking of the group, was there a reason why KDHE was the action lead and, say, Kansas Medical Society was a collaborator? I'm just wondering with that thinking that maybe the pharmacist should be in the key collaborator area, although I understand the purpose for being a lead.
Yeah, and one other
Kylie.
group is the nurse practitioners are doing a lot of this work. You know, Dr. Davies was here yesterday, and that's what she does. And so I think that we've got to expand this outside of KDHE.
Well, that would include the, so we've got the Board of Healing Arts on there, BSRB. So we would want, Board of Nursing would include the nurse practitioners, and then we would want to add, what's the Kansas Pharmacy? Board of Pharmacy, yeah. Camille.
My memory is, and Dr. Davies, I think, is the one who presented this, and she was instrumental in the recommendation. And I think that the intent mostly was that ability for them to bill and do this work. Does that?
No, they're billing now.
Leanne.
Thank you. So then would the MCOs be moved over? Because maybe that's, and then maybe that's why KDHE is listed, because maybe it's the MCOs that could help fund this through with their, do you know what I'm saying? Like they could fund the medication evaluations? I don't know.
It's very big. Okay, let's look to Hina, see what she has to say.
I think Camille captured this. Dr. Davies was very instrumental in putting together this recommendation. The intent around it was really to have billing codes open up and available, but also to market the service and availability of it through telehealth. KDHE was made the action lead to Lee's point, to have the MCOs and others be able to open up these billing codes and be able to voice who the provider is in that area as well, and be able to coordinate those efforts. Because the MCOs work under KDHE's direction, that's why KDHE was put as the lead.
Okay, so KDHE would be the lead in the implementation and to create the need, to create the change that would be needed, where the others would be the leads in actual implementation. So we want to leave it the way it is then.
So, Madam Chair, I would suggest that the difficulty of implementation just got greater because now billing codes, that's a CMS.
Yeah, well, that, we did discuss that one. This one we changed to a 3.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Lacey.
I think, and I'm not trying to speak for you, but I think the reason why would be because KDHE would be the responsible party for sending in a state plan amendment to try and get this passed through so that Medicaid in Kansas could use that as a billing code.
That's correct.
Lee.
Then I would propose we keep it at ease of implementation of 3. This does not seem that easy. It'd be great, but it would take a lot. So I propose we keep it at 3.
Okay.
Or move it to 3.
Yeah.
For clarification, are we adding then the Board of Nursing as well as Board of Pharmacy under key collaborator?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Moving on to 2.2, psychotropic medication education, strategic importance, and Tier 2. The recommendation reads, improve upon existing standard training and education by providing targeted education for surveyors, direct care workers, providers, prescribers, long-term care providers, and caregivers on the use of prescribed psychotropic medications for older adults with dementia or geriatric behavioral health conditions, the potential appropriate indications for and potential risks of psychotropic use, as well as effective intervention and use of non-pharmacological approaches. The bullet points read, facilities that implement training will be referred to dementia certificate programs and resources for long-term care providers and prescribers, offer in-home training to caregivers in dementia care, and ensure effective education outreach services to Kansas veterans and their caregivers. In discussion on 2.2, there were no key questions asked and no changes recommended.
Okay. Any discussion on this one? Okay.
Okay, we will move on to the next section, safeguards to prevent abuse, neglect, and exploitation. This is recommendation 3.1, workforce clearinghouse, strategic importance, and tier 1. In 3.1, there were comments regarding what legislative action needs to happen, and there are regulatory and statutory requirements to do this. There is some fiscal impact to KBI, and so that was part of the discussion. And there was some question about adding the legislature as action lead because of the statutory change that might be needed to open up that data.
Okay, any questions or comments on this one? Any discussion? Lacey?
Can someone explain to me the bullet point and what they mean by the system we have to utilize at KDADS?
Anybody in this working group want to attack this one question?
I
Yes,
was in
Rachel.
that sub-working group, and I don't remember a discussion about that. Camille, do you?
Hina, do you have any comments on this one, on this question?
I do not. We captured the language as said, but I mean, if the task force would like to strike it, I think that's fine.
Would you propose striking that?
There is not a system in place, so I don't know if the recommendation was to make one or if it is to be utilizing one that's in a current capacity, or I just think it seems very vague and unclear on what the real ask is.
Yes, Camille.
So I am aware that on like CMS Care Compare, there is a little sign that comes up when there has been an abuse citation. So I'm wondering, and I don't remember this discussion, I'll be honest with you. I'm wondering if that is somehow how this got there and that would be available for when there was a direct, so when there is a survey done and there is a substantiation of abuse, neglect, exploitation, that we would know that we maybe should be looking for a possibly a CNA to be added to the registry at some point, but we don't know that. We don't know the details to know that. So I'm not sure the purpose either. Because that's not exactly what this is.
Lacey?
This is about direct, I don't.
So I would say we move to strike it because I mean, from what Camille said, and then the idea of it establishing a clearinghouse that communicates, I don't know that there is a clear pathway for this recommendation or the asks within it.
Okay, can you be specific about where you're at on the language that, of what to strike?
I would say strike the recommendation in general, like the whole thing. I'm not seeing, because if the mechanism is so that if there's a survey where there is to establish A&E and then put them on a registry, then what's the point of establishing a clearinghouse? And that system and mechanism is already in place when there is an established A&E and there is an alleged individual that is given to our legal department to review and make that determination. And we do and are required by the federal government to have a nurse aid registry that is up to date. So I don't know that there's an ask anymore.
Okay. Rachel?
You know, I might be making this up, but I think that this was discussed in connection with the survey issues. I don't know that it came up in this particular context.
Okay, Haley.
I could be completely in a different reality, but I feel like this was discussed as a one-stop shop for those of us kind of correlating. Was this along with the background checks that this kind of collaborated with? Because I'm looking at the key collaborators and I'm wondering if that was the intent to have a clearinghouse where not only those of us who are providers, but those who provide services in the community can look for that.
Yeah, because it says one central.
Yeah, the one central location language in the rationale for consumers, that's where it struck my recollection.
Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to clarify what Lacey said. I would recommend just striking that bullet point. I think the recommendation as a whole for having one place that you can go to see all of the different things, I think the ease of implementation is going to be difficult. However, this could be highly valuable for everyone to have one place they can go to check on potential staff that they might hire, whether that be somebody as a provider or even as a loved one who wants to hire somebody as a caregiver. So I would recommend we just strike the language of the bullet point, but not necessarily the recommendation.
Okay, so why don't we do it this way? Why don't we strike the bullet at this point, and then when we have the opportunity to vote on recommendations this afternoon, we'll pull this one out, and then at that time, we'll have the opportunity to vote it up or down. Okay?
And that one would have, 3.1 would have the key legislature, which is now, or Kansas legislature's key collaborator moved over to action lead per your previous instruction. 3.2 on background checks. It's a immediate action, Tier 2. The recommendation reads, the state of Kansas shall increase funding to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation to perform and provide background checks that go beyond criminal convictions and final judgment or adjudications for employers in a more timely manner, while prohibiting direct resident care until background check results are available. During that discussion, there was some mention that the state is looking to move from a name to a fingerprint-based system that would be linked to the FBI national system to add another security layer. We had mentioned at that time to also put the legislature as a key collaborator, now lead agency, and then discussion regarding the need for funding. So the legislature would be listed with funding as the describer.
Discussion on this one. Lee.
Thank you. My comment, I hope, is not unpopular, but it's just from a practical point of view, this is a very difficult situation, and here is why it is difficult. And I'm taking some issue with the language that prohibiting direct resident care until background check results are available. I wholeheartedly agree with that, but if that background check takes 4 to 8 weeks, as a provider, I'm faced with no one to care for my residents, and it's just tough because I don't want somebody to care for my residents who would have an adverse background check, but I also need people to care. So it's just a difficult situation. I don't know what the right answer is, but it would be very difficult to wait 4 to 8 weeks if that is the turnaround time, and until we can fix that turnaround time, this is difficult.
Yeah,
Madam
I
Chair,
think
can I
we've
ask a
had those
question?
kind of, just a sec. I think we've had those kind of discussions on whether to allow it before even like fingerprinting. And we did discuss at one point having, I think maybe we had some testimony that they could have, what do I want to say? Non-direct care, that's the word I'm looking for. Okay. I've got Lacey and then Kylie.
I like the idea of this, but the question that I have is, and this is a true question. So when it talks about providing potential criminal acts that they haven't been convicted of yet, does that go against someone's individual right as they are innocent until proven guilty? Like, are we infringing on an individual's rights for employment when we're saying something like this?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Kylie.
This isn't really something I'm familiar with, but so it's a critical access hospital. We don't require fingerprinting to take care of anyone. KBI background checks are less than 24 hours. They're back to us. I don't, where is the barrier? Is it in long-term care? Where, yeah.
Okay, Lacey.
Probably two different perspectives. You'll give the answer on that. So in long-term care, they have to go across different agencies to get different segments of the background check completed. So for example, they have to come to KDADS to get the criminal record check portion completed, but they also need to check with their partners at DCF for any substantiations of APS substantiations. And then there is a few other registries that they have to go out and they can check with on their own, but there are 2 different agencies where there is a time clock that they have to work with and work with that agency. I do think typically it is not the criminal record check portion where there is a lag in time. It is typically on the other side, but I will defer to Lee because she has submitted way more than I have.
Okay, Lee.
I also think it's the fingerprint portion of it. That's the piece that could log things down. As it stands right now, the background checks don't take that long. It's not a problem. And they can start training in non-direct care, and that is great. That works very well. I would just be concerned if we added in requirements that it be a fingerprint check, that we would need to take care of the logistics of the fingerprint check before we would say prohibit work.
Yeah, that's what the fingerprint is what we have a problem with in child welfare as well, so. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, who do I have?
Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare Association. I'm wondering right now what the current practice is for our long-term care providers. They check the registry. That's cleared for an individual. They put in for the background check. Current practice, are you putting them to work? Are they gainfully employed? Are they doing the in-service and the trainings to get ready to work? Or are they actually having resident contact at this time?
Does somebody want to respond to that, Lee?
Sure. Thank you, Linda. I think that practice probably varies across providers, to be truthful. I think some would go ahead and start people and do their HR paperwork, their employment, their insurance paperwork. That takes a day or, half a day to get all that done, do the tours, do the training, do the new employee orientation. And usually the background checks are in by that time, and then they can start with direct resident care. Some will just dictate no direct care at all or no contact with residents until that background check comes back, but you can do those other items. But I do think it varies, so I can't speak for all providers on how they are carrying that out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can follow up. I have heard anecdotally from providers that if they are not able to employ the person, get them onboarded, get them started because of a holdup that with our current labor situation, that individual may just go down the road where they don't have to have that kind of a background check, whether it be, whatever setting that they might work in. We have to be responsive when people want to come to work in our settings. We have to be responsible for the residents that are in our care. But we really don't need to add another layer of barriers for the employer to onboard someone.
This is Deb. They could go to work in the hospital because background checks are not required there by statute.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Deborah, can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, I just said they could go to work in other healthcare settings that do not require background checks by law, such as hospitals or renal dialysis centers or whatever. It's only home health and nursing homes that are required, or long-term care that are required under the statute that we're talking about.
Okay, I have a question. Does a background check show if someone has not been convicted yet? Does it show when there's charges against them? Yeah, I didn't think. So how do we know that? Lacey?
I think that would be one of the hard things to track. Honestly, my staff catch it more doing a Google search of that person's name than they would submitting anything else. That is the clearinghouse. Google or your search engine of choice is the clearinghouse. That is the best way to get the most real-time information on potentially charged things and not recorded. Because then you also have the court system. So where that individual is arrested and that has to then be recorded and then reported to the KBI. I mean, there is a system of communication that happens before that kind of stuff shows up on a background check. So it is never completely real-time information.
But that's a part of what this, this recommendation addresses. I mean, as a lawyer, I can set up my office and do a West check on anybody in this room, and it's going to come up with different information. And now that the courts are all digitized and electronically filed, it's quite easy to get information about pending lawsuits.
Through like a search engine, but that's not necessarily information that we're going to receive back on a criminal record check from the KBI. We're only going to see those that have been tried by a court of law and there's been a ruling.
Right, and convicted, but a part of what this does is go beyond those final judgments.
And so we have access to anything that's been adjudicated as well. That is one of the rights that KDADS and health occupational credentialing reserves, and one of the reasons that we're the mechanism for that background check to be done, because we can receive that information as opposed to, say, the general public. And that's how our ruling and our mechanisms work through that system.
Okay, at this point, without the idea of voting this up or down, is there any of the language that you would like to see changed? Or Lee?
I would like to remove prohibiting direct resident care. I just think you're getting into another requirement, and then you have to regulate and survey that requirement, which I believe you already do. I just think the intent of both of these recommendations is that the state move forward to make it easier for people to have access in a quick manner for someone to know if that person that either you're hiring or going to use for your loved one has been convicted of abuse. I think that's the intent of both of these regulations. I would want to take out that language about prohibiting direct care work just because of the workforce challenges.
Where's that at?
It's recommendation 3.2.
Yeah.
It says while at the end of the recommendation.
Oh, while prohibiting, okay. So just end the sentence in a more timely manner?
Yes.
Okay, anyone disagree with that? Lacey?
I don't disagree, but I would actually move to remove the first part of the recommendation that they perform and provide background checks that go beyond the convictions, because we know that they do not have that information.
Okay, so does anyone disagree with removing while prohibiting direct resident care? We're okay with that? Okay, now, Camille, you have a question?
Well, I mean, are we asking to change statute that already exists then with this? Are we asking to reduce, so this is a senior care task force that's supposed to look out for the benefit of seniors. Are we asking to reduce our safety net with this? I'm a little confused.
Anyone have a, Haley?
It's almost as if it's a conflict between, are you reducing safety of potential abuse, or are you reducing safety of providing any care?
In the current statute, this is Deborah, the current statutes provides for provisional employment based on the results of pending of the background check. So that's the current law.
Lacey?
I just also, I wanted to point out that while background checks are not required by statute in the state of Kansas for those other providers such as hospitals, the federal government has a requirement that no employee shall be employed at a facility that takes Medicare and Medicaid dollars that has certain prohibiting offenses. So the act of doing the check is not within requirement, but the federal government does require that you have to do a check of sorts to ensure that you're not employing someone of those prohibiting offenses. So there are safeguards in place for the hospitals and the end-stage renal disease, all of those other facilities that you're talking about for their employees as well.
Okay.
There's that other registry that providers, employers have to check. You're right, Lacey.
Yeah, I think we'll move on and just have this one be one that we pull out. Okay.
Okay. Moving on to 3.3 on page 17, abuse, neglect, and exploitation training, immediate action, tier 2. The recommendation reads, the state of Kansas should further develop and promote abuse, neglect, and exploitation training for person-centered practices, provide A&E education for the public, first responders, and mandatory reporters. Education will cover person-centered practices to prevent and identify A&E and ensure human rights. Communicate with the dementia certificate programs and resources to long-term care providers and prescribers. Require facilities to administer 3 hours of continuing or in-service education on A&E for direct care staff. The state will increase total hours of required training from 12 to 15 hours, utilizing technology and other innovative approaches to administer continuing education training when applicable. In this discussion of 3.3, there was questions about whether or not this involved more training, and part of the response was that it involved more time spent on training as well as more comprehensive training. There was a request to add AAAs as a key collaborator on this particular recommendation.
Lacey.
I agree with more training. I would maybe strike the idea of first responders, because first responders are mandated reporters, and it is part of their training when they become a first responder. It is the same for any of other mandated reporters, so they're receiving that training before they are certified.
I think a part of our working group was law enforcement specifically. So there's a big gap in a lot of the state as it relates to our police and education.
So are we talking, okay, so we're talking maybe more police and not necessarily, say, EMS here?
Right.
Okay.
Linda Mowbray online.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare Association. I brought up the point yesterday, and I will bring it up again. An additional 3 hours of training, required training for adult care homes has a fiscal note. Employers must be compensated for those hours of training. And, you know, we're basically doing an unfunded mandate to say you must train X amount of hours, but there's no dollars attached to compensate for that. So I would object to the required hours of training. I would make access to additional training. Savvy providers will do that, but it won't come across as an unfunded mandate.
Okay, further discussion. Haley?
I would second Linda's comments, and instead of the require facilities, provide standardized training, again, in the language change. Because again, this is already something that we do provide. So I don't see, if we're already providing it, what is our benefit of providing even more versus providing standardized training on it?
So you would, on the third bullet, you would take out the require facilities, and what was the language we used before?
Provide standardized training.
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
Is there any discussion on that? Is there, Lacey? Lacey, go ahead. Okay. Annette, online.
Someone mentioned a reference to change the, from first responders to police. I would recommend that the language be law enforcement so that you cover both police and sheriff.
I think that's fine, but I think we also need to capture fire as well.
Okay, Camille.
So I think we wanted to be more comprehensive, again, with the fact that we know the statistics, the World Health Organization says 2 of 3 staff in the study in 2022, June 2022, that 2 of 3 staff admitted to committing abuse in nursing homes in the previous year. Okay? That an average lawsuit can be over $400,000 to a nursing home. They should care about that. I care about the person who there is an increased mortality, 300% higher risk of someone dying because they were in a short time frame because they were a victim of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. We know, and they think that only 1 in 24, that's National Council on Aging, recent report, 1 in 24 gets reported. And as ombudsman, we know that because they tell us and we can't report it unless they let us. We know that abuse, neglect, and exploitation is a serious problem across in the community and in nursing homes. But there is a higher risk in institutions. And we know that employees call us and tell us, they tell us on site, they just had to sign a form. We never even watched the video. So I would be happy to see the bullet point go away and for there to be standardized training that someone else does and monitors that it happened. I would consider that as a change.
This is Deborah. I don't know whether this recommendation speaks at all to community-based service providers, but there's a high risk for abuse, neglect, and exploitation in those settings as well. So while it's easy and there's already a very high standard of regulatory compliance and enforcement on nursing homes, there are other settings in which there's little to none. And older people are at risk there too. So I'm not sure whether this really captures that.
Lacey.
I would request we add DCF and KDHE to the action leads because they're going to oversee the other segments within the community where that abuse, neglect, and exploitation may happen, so that we can be encompassing all seniors.
In together, yeah, I like that.
And
You said
KDHE.
DCF and KDHE.
The MCOs actually have a requirement in their contracts to be looking at that as well, so they could actually, did we have them on collaborators? I don't even think we did. They should be.
Okay, so does anybody have an issue with adding DCF and KDHE to the lead? And then add MCO as key collaborator? Is that what you said, Camille? Okay.
AAA's, Annette asked for AAA, so. Okay.
Yeah, I think AAA's were already added on. And, well, they are on my paper anyway. So those additions, AAA's, MCOs for key collaborators, DCF, KDHE. I think if we make that change and then we will make the change on the bullet point, provide standardized training. Let's see, what would the wording be? Haley.
Yes, I would ask for the language to be provide standardized training. The third bullet point is probably the one that I think is the biggest kind of area of contention between members here, because we can, I would just ask to provide standardized training. I would not ask that the state increase the required training, because we already have our monthly in-service trainings. We have different topics we're required to every single month. And to the extent of having someone else come in and provide that, you have a whole nother organizational oversight that I'm not sure who would take that lead on. But at some point, there has to be, I mean, an essence of integrity for the providers and an essence of responsibility of those providing the care. So I would ask that the language be changed to provide standardized training on abuse, neglect, exploitation. We're already required to do the 1 hour. If it's 3, that's going to change and make even more so additional training hours that there is the cost associated with that was discussed earlier. And that would just, again, increase all of that, increase technology, increase needs.
Okay, Hina.
Oh, I think Haley covered it, but the strikeage that I had made in the text was provide standardized training on A&E for direct care staff, utilizing technology and other innovative approaches to administer CE training when applicable. So you would essentially be removing, based on conversation, the 3 hours of continuing or in-service education, and then you would remove the state will increase total hours from 12 to 15 based on the conversation.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and make that change at this point, and then we'll have further discussion on it when we have time to vote on it. Okay. Let's do another one, and then maybe we'll break for lunch. Maybe.
Moving on to recommendation 3.4, financial crime campaign, immediate action tier 2. We're on page 18. On 3.4, sorry, I show no questions and no changes suggested.
Okay, any discussion on 3.4, financial crime campaign? Yes, Lacey.
Can we add the legislature for appropriations on this one, please?
Okay. We can always ask. So we want the legislature for appropriations.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Do I have anybody online? No? Okay. Okay, let's break for lunch. Just FYI, I want to be this thorough going through all of these. I know it takes a long time and it's tedious, but appreciate you guys sticking with this. And with that, I think we'll come back at, let's see, we're scheduled 1 to 1:30. Let's come back at 1:15. And we'll continue to work on this. And I actually talked to some staff last night, and if we don't get through this today, they said that, we just need to ask for another day, and we can finish up. But we don't want to hurry to get through any of this. We want it to be a good product. So see you back at 1:15. What number are we on? 3.5?
3.5. Okay. Wait to make sure everyone gets treats before I start. I'm good, thank you. All right, we're going to pick up with recommendation 3.5 on page 19, appeals of involuntary removal, and it says strategic importance and tier 2. The recommendation reads, ensure the rights of residents and their representatives to appeal involuntary transfers and discharges or evictions from assisted living facilities, and review research conducted by the Judicial Council to ensure a process that is put in place. For this particular recommendation, there was discussion as to whether or not this is an expansion of the appeals process. The response was that it was intended to include assisted living facilities, and federal certification of nursing facilities or skilled nursing facilities follows CMS and state regulations both, and state license only facilities abide only by state regulations, so there are no appeal rights listed for those. There were no changes requested when we initially discussed this recommendation.
Is there discussion? Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since the working group discussed this and recommended pausing, do we even want to put this in the report, or do we just want to pause and wait for the research conducted by the Judicial Council?
Camille.
I have reason to believe that the Judicial Council is moving forward as fast as they can. So I would like to see us leave it as a recommendation.
Haley.
Just a question is, my understanding is KDADS is already in the process of working on this language. I know that's a Lacey question. She's not here right now, but I would like to know the answer on that before proceeding, if anyone else can.
Is she online? Okay. Lacey?
Sorry, had an issue unmuting myself. So KDAS is a party to the Kansas Judicial Council committee that it was assigned to, and I am the representative on the committee. So in that aspect, yes, KDAS is working with the Judicial Council to explore what an appeals process could look like. I guess the question I would add is, since it is a biannual, do we need to leave it in there so that a new bill would be introduced regardless of the council's outcome? Because I don't know that the council's outcome to request a new bill as opposed to just create a process so the bill goes through. It's more of the task of that council.
Okay, gotcha. Could everybody hear and understand that? Okay. So, it was her opinion that we should leave it in there. Okay, were there any changes? Does it need to have the Kansas legislature in there? I guess there's no recommended legislation at this point, but okay, we'll just.
I'm not sure I'm not sure why, but I would think Kansas Advocates for Better Care would be a collaborator on this, as they were an instrumental in that original bill. And so I would add them as a key collaborator.
I think that's reasonable. And any objection there? Okay. Linda Mowbray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am part of the council on the meeting, and I would suggest that we keep the legislative body involved with this because It would require a regulation change, statute change, to put this into place. And I believe that, it would be a bill language that would need to be the catalyst for that. I do see at least addressing this in our report because it was something we were tasked to look at. However, the Judicial Committee has not made a final recommendation or decision at this point. But as Camille said, it's moving quickly.
Yeah, so that's the direction I was going with this, that it would require a statute change, but we do not have the report back yet from the Judicial Council. So don't know that maybe we put them as a collaborator. Maybe we put the legislature as a collaborator rather than a lead. I don't know. Camille?
I think your rationale for having them a collaborator instead of a lead at this part might be correct. And that's not how we've been doing the rest of them. But the Judicial Council is not looking at whether or not there is a appeal, but what that appeal process would look like.
And I'd like to just chime in. I think that one of the collaborators probably needs to be the Disability Rights Center.
Okay. Representative Esau.
Thank you. As I'm remembering the discussion with our subgroup, that we simply wanted to know what the Judicial Council said before the legislature went forward, but that our intent was, because that was what we were tasked with doing, that we should have the legislature look at it. Just wait for the Judicial Council to incorporate what they tell us.
So, yeah, so the reason why I said under the, not that it's a big deal either way to me, but there is that we're not asking for a specific piece of legislation at this point. And so that's why I had moved it in my mind over to collaborator. But they need to be there someplace. And so whatever the decisions group would be, it's fine. But yeah, the Judicial Council does come back with a recommendation, and it's still up to us to whether we introduce that legislation. So do you have a recommendation?
We can put it under the key collaborators section, legislature. That's what the will of the task force is.
So we're adding that and the disability rights and
Kansas Advocates for Better Care.
Kansas Advocates for Better Care.
We also had a request that throughout the report, there are times when it lists Leading Age Kansas, but not the Kansas Healthcare Association or vice versa. So, and wherever one of those appears, that we should have the other entity as well.
Okay. Haley.
I would request that to also include Kansas Adult Care Executives, because those are the 3 associations throughout the state. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
I think you're on this one, so, but I'll make sure you're on the others as well.
I also think a score of 4 is generous. This has been really difficult. And it's not, I mean, it's only been in our committee so far. So I won't recommend changing that, but you might be aware of that. Okay, any more discussion on that one? Okay.
Moving on to recommendation 3.6, decision-making assistance. It's an immediate action, tier 2, at the bottom of page 19. The recommendation reads, pass legislation based on House Bill 2122, enacting the Supported Decision-Making Agreements Act to provide a statutory framework for adults who want decision-making assistance. And in that particular one, there was just questions about where the bill was in the process, and it had made it through the House Committee on Judiciary, but did not make it yet on the House calendar.
So it's going to require a new introduction. Could we, I hate to put a bill number in there when that's already not existent. Could we put the year of that? Okay. Yeah, so FY 2021.
Session 2021.
In both spots.
Okay.
We probably need the legislature as a lead on that if we've got to reintroduce legislation.
Okay. So I'm showing changing the year to, on the House Bill 2122 to 2021, inserting that, and then moving the legislature to action lead.
So is there anything that we need to know? I mean, when the committee or the working group looked at that bill, apparently, is there anything that we need to know? It's just referring to that bill. Is there anybody from the working group that can talk about what that, specifically what that bill does? Rachel?
Yes, it allows an individual to appoint someone to assist with medical decisions that need to be made in the absence of a power of attorney, which generally speaking would be a much broader grant, and in the absence of imposing guardianship. So, I mean, I really think it just puts another tool in the toolbox to further autonomy and independent judgment of an adult. So, I mean, it's I think, a very solid bill, and it certainly is the way other states are trending, is to put these types of alternatives in place for citizens. Camille, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. Camille?
It is in between. It is a step in between some of these other things. And it's recognized nationally, and it is recognized in the Uniform Guardianship and Conservatorship Act. And we have working, we work in looking at that. And so it just gives another tool in the toolbox that is easier for, it's faster, it's expedient, and it's something we do every day. Each one of us does. Supported decision-making means that we talk to another trusted person. It might be our best friend, might be our spouse, it may be, but we do that every day as individuals, and that's a person-centered, again, it's a person-centered way to allow for decision-making and have someone have assistance just in the area they need it. They might need it just for that health decision or for a financial decision. And so it doesn't take all of their rights away that a guardianship would, and it does not make them have to sign a legal DPOA and have a very formal agreement. It's a less formal way of putting something in place. I don't know if that helps at all.
Representative Esau.
And also, as I recall the discussion, part of why we referred to the bill so heavily is it covered everything. And so we weren't trying to repeat the work. We saw what the bill did and felt that it was a good basis to start with. So you could pull up the bill from, which I was just trying to do. What's the bill number again? 2122. You could pull it up. All you have to do is go to that particular legislative year and pull it up, and you could see what the bill said and did, and we could use that as a start. So we're not repeating the work. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I think that makes sense as far as, doing the details of the work. I just think that we're almost giving too much direction there, too specific of direction then to the legislature, that we could easily say, pass legislation enacting, the tenses aren't right there, but, so rationale, say, provide a legal option supporting, without referring specifically to a bill. I won't fight against that if that's what the working group wanted to see. I've never seen a specific bill referred to, and if we're starting a new biennium, we're kind of
maybe add some language in substantial conformity with House bill. So, it captures, because the work's been done here by the legislature. It just needs to.
Well, and I think that's the direction we would go with it if it's introduced. I don't think we would have to.
I understand what
make
you're
that
saying.
a recommendation.
It would seem like maybe we could go and look at the supplemental note and pull out the key points of what the supplemental note said the bill did, and put that, instead of referring back to the bill, just use the language maybe that's in the supplemental note, because that was the basis of, I think, what everybody was liking.
I think as long as we're getting to the.
Because what you're saying is, instead of having to refer to a bill, we'd like to actually have the language of what we want to see happen.
Say.
Right. And that makes sense.
Yep.
So if we had passed legislation to enact the Supported Decision-Making Agreements Act, so it's a named act, to provide a statutory framework for adults who want decision-making assistance and to accomplish the following, and just then let's list those.
We could add that as a supplement. Put the additions, see, in our supplement or our appendix to references.
The content of that bill? If that's.
I still think that's giving too much direction. I think it'll be when we go to draw up a new bill, we will look back at that. So. Okay. Rachel?
Ought to add also under the key collaborators, Disability Rights Center also.
Okay. Okay. Any other changes?
Okay. Recommendation 3.7 on page 20, mandated reporters, immediate action, tier 2. For mandated reporters, it states amend KSA 391431 to add certified nurse aides, certified medication aides, and home health aides as mandated reporters to align with federal mandate. On that particular recommendation, there was no outstanding questions and no changes proposed.
Okay, any discussion?
Okay. Recommendation 3.8, funding CMHC's community mental health centers, strategic importance, and tier 3. The recommendation states the Kansas Legislature, in collaboration with the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, should increase funding for community mental health centers for expansion across the state in urban, rural, and frontier areas for in-home, non-facility services. And it lists then 5 6 bullet points, that CMHC should ensure an adequate number of reimbursed community mental health workers and therapists skilled in geriatric behavioral health care are available to meet the needs of the population and offer community psychiatric supportive treatment and other wraparound services and assist in assessing community support services in all settings outlined under KSA 39923. The CMHCs should establish a senior care navigator position at each CMHC across the state who will assist or refer to mental health services, education, and resources for family and caregivers to provide services such as veterans services. CMHC should integrate with long-term care partners to increase access to services in urban, rural, and frontier areas. CMHC should provide direct consultation services for older adults using telemedicine when applicable and available. Enhance capacity of CMHCs to deliver services for older adults in all settings, and promote and utilize Medicare, Medicaid billing codes at CMHCs. On 3.8, there was discussion about how this connects with the CCBHCs and whether we're putting outdated language in by having the CMHC language reference there. Lacey had mentioned that it was not out of date to include that term, as the CCBHCs first must be CMHCs, and so they continue to be classified as that, certified as that. On the recommendation for expansion of CMHC services, again, there were question regarding whether or not we were duplicating what was already being expanded with the CCBHCs, and the response was that there was not a duplication or a replication, rather the focus was on integrated care, and that the potential was that this would increase the number of CMHCs available, which then would reduce the number of catchment areas that each of those CMHCs would serve and be able to provide services to smaller populations by each of those CMHCs. And another point was that that by expanding the services, would that be something that would assist with involuntary discharge because of mental health illness? And it was indicated that that was a possibility. So there was requests made to include as key collaborators the AAAs and add them because of their existing resources to assist with this effort.
Is there discussion on this one?
Madam Chair.
Bill.
Yes, I appreciate the review on this. It sounds pretty accurate. I don't know if the phraseology around community mental health center catchment areas is the right phrase to use. And I've got my iPhone and I'm traveling. I'm sorry, I really can't do a review of the words themselves, but maybe something about increased access instead of, any reference to catchment areas. It's not inaccurate. I just don't think it contributes to the discussion. I think
If I may, Madam.
Go ahead, please.
I was just relaying that as part of the discussion that was had, but that does not appear anywhere on the recommendation itself.
Okay, thank you. My bad.
That's
Appreciate
okay.
it.
Any other discussion? Okay.
Vice Chair.
Oh, Ernie, is that you?
It is. I'm sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm wondering, under key collaborators, since we're talking about mental health, and then we look back at potential for high impact, we're talking about veterans, if maybe the veterans hospitals or the VA of Eastern Kansas, or well, I guess there's more than one VA in Topeka or in Kansas. So just wondering if they should be added. Not speaking for them, but just curiosity.
The VA, is that what, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. Okay, any other discussion?
There's also a request to include the AAAs in that one.
And that one, we would move the legislature over
Yes.
to lead. Okay.
Okay. On recommendation 3.9, statewide needs assessment, it's of strategic importance in tier 3. The recommendation is that we should conduct a statewide abuse, neglect, and exploitation needs assessment of older adults in the state of Kansas using data from multiple systems from the Department for Children and Families, Department for Aging and Disability Services, hospitals, and the Ombudsman's Office.
Okay, any discussion?
The only request I have on that one is the adding of the AAAs as well.
Oh, Jan?
Yeah, I would just like to add in support of the AAA being added to this, that sometimes our seniors don't fall into these other areas that we would do this statewide survey on, and where we might key in on possibilities of abuse and things is at our senior center area agency on aging service that you know, so to me it's very important that that area agency on aging that looks over our nutrition program, that brings people into our senior center, has this opportunity to be part of this, because they may know of people that just are missed otherwise on these other surveys. So I think they know more than the official things say, because.
Annette?
I was thinking another key collaborator would be the Kansas Hospital Association to get a kind of broader perspective there.
Okay, we have hospitals. We could just change that listing as Kansas Hospital Association. I think all the hospitals in the state except one belong to the KHA. Ernie?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't take my hand down.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion? Are needs assessments difficult? I mean, the ease of implementation was a 3, is it? Camille?
I think that probably came from the idea that there were silos that we would have to kind of work with. People, these entities are in silos and have different types of information. So I think that was probably the reason for the ease of implementation. You know, I just think that was the barrier.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we good on this one? Okay.
We're going to move on to the section on adult care home surveys and fines, beginning on page 24. Recommendation 4.1 is regarding multidisciplinary surveyors and its immediate action in Tier 1. The recommendation is that Kansas will add non-nursing professionals to the survey teams for adult care homes and consider models of mixed professionals for regional teams. On recommendation 4.1, there was some question about what the issue was here, and it was really an administrative issue, was what was mentioned. At the federal level, a nursing facility, the surveys are contract work with CMS, and as a result, they require that an RN be on the team, and so they made a choice to make sure RNs were available. There is also a federal requirement for teams to be multidisciplinary. There were no changes requested to the language.
Okay, any discussion? Linda Mowbray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just another piece of information that Lacey had shared with us at a stakeholders meeting recently, that of her 54 positions, 33 are currently open. and 4 more have been authorized that are not yet even posted. So with that dire need to fill those vacancies, I think, expanding to the sanitation, to social services, to dietitians and whatnot would give the state more flexibility in attracting different workers, fill those surveyor spots, and get the surveys back up to date.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
Recommendation 4.2, technical assistance, is for immediate action, Tier 2.
Right, hang on just a sec. On that one, did that require legislative action?
On 4.1?
Yeah, sorry. I saw that we were listed as a collaborator, and that shouldn't really require any appropriation.
Madam, so in our discussions in the group, we were asking, I know specifically, it said to enhance, to add a social worker survey. And that was part of the discussion, to add another type. And we discussed social worker position in each region. So there was discussion about an enhancement.
If I may, Madam Chair, the rationale mentions the working group recommends adding social workers and other professionals to the teams as a less expensive resource that could potentially enhance quality of life focus for residents and address complaints of A&E.
So, Haley.
So then my question is, are we essentially attempting to mimic federal language? Because if we go to add another element, then where does that put us in compliance with, federal? Would we be out of compliance federally if we threw in another type of individual to survey that's not federally approved? Because the reason I ask that is on provider side, we have to abide by whichever is the more restrictive of regulatory. So I'm just wondering if that would put us out of compliance in any way by adding in a type of surveyor that doesn't mimic federal language.
Lacey, are
didn't list
you
any.
online? Sorry. Did Linda have her hand up? Okay. Lacey's online. Linda Mowbray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that CMS, as Camille had said, does recommend a multidisciplinary team and strongly recommends, is I guess the best way I can put it. I don't believe a requirement. So to Haley's point, adding those disciplines, actually filling the existing opening with individuals from other disciplines should be perfectly acceptable to the feds, to CMS, as long as they complete the required surveyor training and testing. That's my understanding.
Okay. Okay, sorry to set us back there, but so did I get an answer on the Kansas legislature? I guess I don't understand our role in this.
Madam Chair, I think the reason you were added at the time you were added was there was a discussion about increasing FTEs and adding an enhanced money to hire additional surveyor in addition to the FTEs they already have and the funding for those, that there would have been an additional one in each region that would have been from a different discipline. So I think that's why you were in there. Now, how it's worded, you know, what our recommendation is doesn't really have that in it. So, but I think that's
Yeah,
why
and
you were on there.
I think we could probably just leave that to KDADs. It would be their responsibility to request their FTEs that they would need. So let's strike the legislature. Okay.
Moving on to recommendation 4.2, technical assistance. The Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services will create and fund a technical assistance department or technical assistance position that adult care homes can access to help with regulatory compliance, develop quality improvement, implement person-centered care practices, and write sustainable plans of correction. That is a immediate action, Tier 2. And on that particular recommendation, there were no outstanding questions or any changes requested.
Okay, any discussion? Okay.
I do note that the Kansas Healthcare Association and Leading Age Kansas is on there, so I'm assuming CASE will also want to be added. Recommendation 4.3, corrective plans. This is strategic importance in Tier 2. The recommendation is that the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services will use directed plans of correction and education as a remedy for infractions to allow system-level implementation that is meaningful and sustainable. That particular recommendation, there was discussion that we could introduce the bill to have corrective action plans added to the adult care home website that's noted in recommendation 4.4, and that an education component for adult care home website was necessary. There was a reference made to the fact that there's a cap of $10,000 for the fines by the state. However, the federal has no cap, and the grievance that is at issue could be the same severity, and so the amount of fine does not indicate the level of severity. On that particular one, we talked about having the legislature as a key collaborator. We could move that to lead agency if that's the desire of the committee.
I think if it requires a statute change, we need to have them move to a lead. Lacey?
Nope, that was literally going to be why I raised my hand, was going to ask, since it required a statute change for us to have the authority to enact that remedy. But we're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare. In that context, too, part of the discussion was the public information, and that the dollar amount of the fine did not reflect equity in the infringement or infraction. I don't recall that the will of the group was to raise the fines on the state licensed only side. And it seems that with statutory language, that is what we're heading towards. Am I misinterpreting that?
Lacey, can you respond to that?
Language to change the amount in which we can fine to raise that cap from $10. What I'm seeking is the statutory authority to provide a directed plan of correction as a remedy. That is currently not a remedy that's available for us to provide to all adult care homes.
Thank you. Not an intent to raise fines on the state licensed only. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Moving on to recommendation under the Access to Services Working Group regarding provisions of care for seniors in Kansas who suffer from Alzheimer's disease, dementia, or age-related mental health conditions. First recommendation is 5.1.
Right.
Did I skip one? Yep, sorry.
4.4.
4.4. My apologies. Okay. 4.4, Adult Care Home Survey website, strategic importance, tier 2. The recommendation is to develop a publicly accessible state website with adult care home survey results, providing information including but not limited to survey frequency, levels of harm, role of staffing and staff competence, quality measures, and MCO health plans accepted at federally licensed facilities. The website shall be updated semi-annually, and KDADS will re-implement the exemplary care program to identify exemplary care systems in specific areas of quality of life and care, and acknowledge excellence of facilities, care, and management, develop incentives or recognition for well-performing facilities, and issue a publication recognizing high-performance facilities. KDADS shall include poor-performing homes and homes experiencing financial hardship on the state website, and KDADS will link to current CMS Nursing Home Compare public website. On recommendation 4.4, that would also involve the showing of the correction orders for all facilities on the website. That was one discussion that was had, and the legislature would need to authorize that. And then there was a request to perhaps move legislature as a key collaborator. In this case, I'm guessing you would want to move them to lead. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion on this one? Lee.
I just want to discuss a little bit about the point of homes experiencing financial hardship. The rest of this can be well-defined within care programs and surveys, but I would ask, how would you define financial hardship? And how that seems to be, are there other businesses out there in Kansas that would have a website that would show when they're in financial hardship? That's just what I would ask. The rest of this would be great. It would be good to know that. I don't know how that would be done, the financial hardship piece.
Do we define financial hardship anywhere? Lacey.
Thank you. I'm looking up if we define financial hardship, but I would piggyback off of some of Lee's
Lacey, we
concerns.
can't hear you. Oh, I didn't mean for you to go away.
No, I tried. Is that any better?
No.
No.
There.
Okay.
There. That's
There,
better.
Okay, I won't move. So financial hardship, I will look for a definition, but to kind of piggyback off of some of Lee's concerns, so when we survey a facility and when we get their information for their annual renewal, their financial health is not something that is reviewed, nor do we have the authority to review really on a regular basis their financial health. So how we find out or how we have indicators that there is a financial hardship or there is a hardship within the facility are other indicators such as they're not able to pay their bills, they're not able to pay their staff, they're things of that nature. That is when we are targeted and we're triggered for financial hardship. But the financial hardship itself is also not something that is regulatory required that you be in good financial health. So it's not something that we could cite a facility for being in or have any authority over. And into that, and I don't know how we would then be able to survey for that or have any oversight of it. Given kind of those all scenarios there. And then the other thing I would request, and I'm trying to find the paper. I'm sorry, I'm just getting set back up here. But I think that the recommendation included for federally certified facilities, and I would request that we strike that, because so the entire recommendation and what the ask is for, most of that is already encompassed for federally certified facilities on nursing home compare. I think that the intent of the work group was to create kind of a matching program for all of the other elder care home and adult care home types within Kansas that nursing home compare does not cover.
Okay, did that make sense, Jan?
Yes, Jan Kimbrell. As I recall, in our discussions in the subcommittee about this, develop a publicly accessible state website with this information was very important on this, because those of us who have to make these decisions for our loved ones on where we're going, there needed to be someplace we could look up and see a concise report on how these facilities in our area that we're considering rank or how they're doing. And this seemed to be an important piece of that, because we may not be able to go in and make that site visit to see, that particular day, what that nursing home or care facility looks like. But if we can go online and there is a report that we can look at and say, well, in their last surveys, things look pretty good, and their incidence of, because anyway, I have a little criteria that I look for when we're having to place a family member, and getting access to that information is extremely difficult, and I can't always go to that facility just easily because they're miles and miles away from my home base. This was an important part of this, to make this publicly accessible. And then that gives me a starting point on which to investigate further if that's a facility I want my loved one in. And so.
Okay, Camille.
I do agree with the ability for them to put anything about the financial stability, and for the reasons that everyone has said. I would think that we would want to strike that particular piece from the recommendation.
So I was wondering if we would take out that language, if there's some indicators that we could put instead, like, Haley?
The only thing I would think that's actually present is if you have a facility that's an actual state receivership.
Yeah.
And that's like really the baseline.
Okay. And
let's please add that should be
that should be
indicated.
indicated.
Yeah.
A state receivership. So we want to add that. And then strike the financial health. Ernie, do you have your hand up?
I did, Madam Vice Chair. I was just going to mention the receivership part of that, but Haley beat me to it. Thank you, Haley.
Okay, all right, thank you. Lacey?
In kind of thinking of other ways that, we have available to us to kind of look at the financial health of a facility, one of the things that maybe we can include as an indicator is whether or not a facility is up to date on their quality care assessments payments. And that would only be for nursing facilities, but that is an indicator that is not measured on the quality or the nursing home care site on the federal side. But it is a measure that we have the ability to look at within KDADS and have access to know whether or not they're able to keep up on that payment with us.
Okay, I think that one makes sense too. Lacey, which one did you say we needed to take off because there's already an existing? Is it the?
In the recommendation, it says, in kind of the last part, accepted at federally licensed facilities. I think it just needs to maybe say adult care homes, because when we talk about federally licensed facilities, that typically means a nursing facility certified by Medicare and Medicaid, which means that that information is already being tracked on Nursing Home Compare. So I think, and the intent was to encompass all adult care home types and not just those that are federally certified or federally licensed, sorry.
Okay. All right, are you clear on what she just said?
If I understand her correctly, she wanted to delete from the next to the last sentence in the first paragraph of the recommendation, an MCO health plans accepted, add and strike federally licensed facilities, and replace that with adult care homes.
Does that sound right, Lacey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Arnie, do you have your hand up?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. I just had a question for anyone in the group. Should or could also ownership, real estate transfer transactions, those kinds of things. So people checking the website could see the status of if it had been sold recently, bought recently, if now it was, instead of being a Kansas ownership, now belonged to a New Jersey group or somewhere else in the world. Just a question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody want to tackle that? Lee?
I don't necessarily want to tackle that. I want to tackle Lacey's, if I may, tackle Lacey's suggestion that maybe if to put on there as an indicator behind on their quality of care payments. And I would not want to add that in here. I think that's gets a little bit specific. And then would you also have to write when the state is behind on payments to that facility? So I think that gets, I'm just, it just gets a little, I would think anything that's in receivership, I think ownership could be very important. That is important to know who owns that facility now. And then if they're in any kind of, estate receivership, I think those would be good indicators of financial hardship.
Okay. Haley?
Areta, can you clarify for us, did we include in here an educational component for the general consumer coming to this website? Because I do feel, I know we had talked about, striking, experiencing financial hardship and how we would define that. I'm looking at including poor performing homes. And I'm not saying that I don't think that information should be included on there. What I'm saying is, what are the metrics by which that's measured? Because I know, for nursing homes, they can be on special focus facilities is what they're called. But that's really kind of federally input based on those CMS guided surveys. On the state side, I'm not really sure, if there is, and maybe Lacey can clarify that, is there special focus facilities on state licensed only? I just want to make sure that if we are measuring every information piece that we're putting out there, that we understand how it's measured and we're comparatively having a way to assess it across all fields, because otherwise you're going to unintentionally paint certain providers in a much more negative light just because more data is captured on them.
Okay. Was there somebody that wanted to just?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes,
there is
ma'am.
no reference to any kind of an education piece in this particular recommendation.
So is there's someone from this working group that could discuss what your, was there a matrix discussed as far as the poor performing homes? I mean, there isn't one.
Madam Chair, this is Hina Shah, if I may.
Yes.
Based on the conversations, and I apologize for joining late, I think that second bullet could entirely be removed. And instead, you would bring in KDADs will indicate any facility in state receivership, and KDADs will indicate ownership or recent changes in ownership.
Sounds good. anybody object to that? So delete that second bullet altogether. Lacey?
I need to clarify something, and I thank you, Lee, for bringing this up, but there are kind of two different types of receiverships when we're talking about adult care homes. There are receiverships in which the secretary takes over, and typically and historically, we've only done that when there's been. But there are also other receiverships in which, say, they default on their loan to the bank, and the bank takes it over and they assign a receiver. In those indications, we're not always notified. Because that's not a receivership path in which we're directly involved. So I don't know if we need to clarify the receivership as it's defined in our statutes, as opposed to a additional type of receivership that may exist out there within the world that I know does. But we have our own definition of receivership for adult care homes.
Do you have a recommendation of which, I mean, could we specify one or the other?
I think the only one that we'll always have a guaranteed working knowledge of is a receivership in which the secretary has taken over control of the facility. I do not know that we would always have the information and knowledge to report the other types.
Okay, so could we put language in there that the home is in receivership and in, how do you say that, under ownership of the secretary? Operation of the secretary? Yeah, I got Camille and then Rachel.
Well, I guess I'm not understanding. So when a home gets licensed, they have to show fiscal solvency in a sense. So why do we not have language that they have to notify if they are under a receivership through a bank and they're not fiscally sound then? Why don't we not ask for that to be part of this package that is something they have to notify KDADs and that they would be placed on that the public would have that information, that KDADs would have that information, that they have a home that's not sound.
We'll follow up here.
Right.
Rachel.
No, that's, I'm in the same spot. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter whether they're in foreclosure because they didn't pay their bills or they're in legal trouble because they haven't paid for the equipment that's in the building, or if they've defaulted on their bonds. You know, those seem to me that they ought to be reported to somebody somewhere because that's a precursor for them failing in all likelihood.
Haley.
I would just echo back to what Lee said then. I feel like you're only seeing part of the picture if you have providers that the state, the MCOs are lagging in their reimbursement because I can tell you from personal experience, I was one of those providers and I testified in front of several of these faces that my building alone, we had loans with the bank. I personally signed on and we had over $250,000 of room and board fees that we had not yet been reimbursed and were actively campaigning and fighting to get. So something like that could, this is where I'm saying, could inadvertently paint that facility in a very negative light of something that's essentially kind of out of their control. And if we're going to show one part of the picture, we need to show its entirety.
Which
Linda Mowbray.
I understand what you're saying about that. My guess is that the bank never foreclosed because you were able to go in and say, look, the state of Kansas needs to write me a $250,000 check. I mean, they're not interested in owning your property. They're interested in getting paid.
Right. But I will say, I guess I'm looking at it in entirety. That may not be the case, but we were during that time behind on paying our bed tax to the state, and we had to create an installment agreement for that. So it played into our entire pool of financial stability. That's why I'm saying I think it does tie into the entire topic of how do you clearly define exactly what that means.
Okay. We've got Linda Mowbray online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that part of this becomes very sticky in asking for financials and whatnot for facilities that do not participate in Medicare or Medicaid. There are many of my state licensed only facilities that are fully private funded. There are other entities that are fully private funded, and to be intrusive into their business, I just think that is not the role of a consumer shopping list. They shouldn't have access to that information.
Okay, I think we could dig into this for a while, but I think that if we like the idea of the website, I think we ought to probably move on and not get too wrapped up in what the details are, and especially if that stuff, if that financial information is not being reported right now. There's, I think that could be a different request. And maybe it would require regulation change or statute change, but it's not being done now. So I think we should stick with what we've got in front of us. So are there any other changes to what we have here? Okay, Lacey.
Can I request that we add the legislature for an appropriations on this one to come up with this program or buy a program that does all these features?
You can ask. Yeah, we'll put them down as needing appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may, Madam Chair, just for clarification, the changes that we've discussed so far are to change the language where it says mental MCO health plans accepted at federally licensed facilities to adult care homes instead. To delete on the second bullet, poor performing homes, and just list Kansas shall include homes in state receivership under the operation of Secretary for Aging and Disability Services, and ownership and recent changes in ownership.
Okay, does that sound like what we talked about? Okay.
Okay. All right.
And we also then added the legislature.
Yes, with the note of appropriations.
Yes.
Okay. Under Access to Services Working Group B, this is provisions of care for seniors in Kansas who suffer from Alzheimer's disease, dementia, or age-related mental health conditions. First recommendation is recommendation 5.1, State Advisory Council. It's listed as immediate action in Tier 1. The recommendation reads, reinstate the State Aging Advisory Council, which includes representatives of supportive services and provider organizations. Strongly recommend it mirror the federal composition of the Area Agencies on Aging Advisory Council defined in the Older Americans Act, including more than 50% are older adults, including populations of focus who are participants and who are eligible to participate in programs under this section of the Act, representatives of older adults, representatives of the AAAs, representatives of health care provider organizations, including providers of veterans health care, representatives of supportive services providers organizations, persons with leadership experience in the private and voluntary sectors, elected officials, representatives from Alzheimer's Association, and the public. Under 5.1, there were no recommendations for changes made, and there were no outstanding questions on that topic.
Doesn't this already exist? Isn't there already a governor's advisory, state advisory council?
It says reinstate.
Oh, it does state?
State.
So
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I don't
think they're active.
Who populates this council?
If Annette Graham is on. She's the one that has some context.
Annette, are you online?
I am, thank you. I believe that KDAD took the lead in identifying the appointees in the past. To the best of our knowledge, the last time this was functioning was in 2014. So there is a template and a process in place for that. It's just kind of reinstituting this. So there should be a template there about who makes the appointees. And I believe that the state council then makes a annual or a biannual report to the governor.
Okay.
So that the structure for this is already available. It's just kind of getting that back out and getting it back in.
That's what I was thinking, that you want.
Yeah, could I, and this,
Senator
Annette, this may be for you, and sorry for putting you on the spot like that, but who used to fund it?
I don't know if it really, well, I don't know where the funding came from, if KDAD helped pay for that. It is under Older Americans Act, there is a requirement that the state have this. So KDAD might have put funding, but I think the amount of dollars it cost was pretty minimal. And with the opportunities now for virtual meetings, that would probably be less of an issue because people attend virtually. KDADs might have information on historically how that was funded.
Annette, are these all appointments made by the governor? That was my impression.
I don't really know the details. It might have been by KDAD and with the governor.
Haley, do
or
you have
maybe
some?
KDAD maybe.
Yeah,
to
on
governor.
the website, it says the Advisory Council on Aging analyzes this, and 11 members are appointed by the governor, president of the Senate, minority leader of the Senate, speaker of the House, and the minority leader of the House, and shall each appoint one member. The governor selects the chairs, and according to the statute, at least half of the members shall be 60 years of age or older.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, if it was in statute. What's your source on that? What?
Kansas Officer of the Governor, governor.kansas.gov.
Okay.
The Kansas Board of Commission.
Okay.
I think there is even more, I think there's more specifics about, even more specifics if I remember right. And I think they've tried to do it the last couple of years, maybe just hasn't quite got back into shape.
Okay. Do you want to? Oh, the statute number is 75-5911. So with that already in statute, I don't understand what our recommendation is. To reinstate it. Well, it's not just, I guess.
Madam Chair, do we need people to lobby for it to be reinstated? Can we?
Yeah. Well, and I think, okay, yeah.
I'm asking, yeah.
Perhaps it's intended as a directive to KDADs to get this moving again, encourage this council.
Right. I mean, reinstate is almost not the right word. It's reactivate.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's change that to reactivate. That's what was kind of bothered, because it's giving a directive there that we don't have the authority to do. Okay.
Since when has that stopped us from?
Good point. Okay. Anything else we want to look at on that one? I think everything's in place for it. It's just we need to encourage reinstatement. Reactivation, sorry. I read the word. I should have crossed it out. Okay, we ready to go on?
Recommendation 5.2 is on page 31. Dementia and Alzheimer's Disease Coordinator. It's for immediate action, Tier 1. The recommendation reads, establish a permanent full-time dementia and Alzheimer's Disease Coordinator position at the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services with the following roles and responsibilities. Serve as federal and state liaison and training administrator at KDADS. Use civil monetary penalty funds to provide advanced dementia care training for all full-time and temporary staff in the facilities participating in the Title 18 and Title 19 program, and oversee the implementation and updating of the state Alzheimer's disease plan. Coordinate Alzheimer's and dementia work groups and task forces to establish and maintain relationships with all relevant state agencies and community organizations to meet community needs and prevent duplication of services. Evaluate existing Alzheimer's and dementia programs and services and identify service gaps within the state government, and to collaborate with Alzheimer's Association. On 5.2, again, there were no outstanding questions and no suggestions for changes.
Just a point of clarification for me. What's Title 18 and 19?
Can anybody answer that?
Chair, this is Lacey. I can, but I would also like to put a point to this that so Title 18 and Title 19 are the Medicare and Medicaid programs respectively. However, HCBS is included within those titles. So the way that this reads, it would include facilities such as assisted living and residential and home plus that do take HCBS. However, you cannot use civil monetary penalties for those homes.
Why can't we take their penalties? Why are those held differently?
It's taken from the different
Just the
provider
federal.
type, so you're taking money from one provider type and essentially using it for training for another.
Okay, is this? Okay, Lacey, we'll go there.
Was the question why can't you use the penalty, the monetary program?
I think so. It's
okay. So the rationale behind that is because the only participants that pay into the civil monetary penalty reimbursement program, or the CMPRP, are certified nursing facilities and skilled nursing facilities that participate in Title 18 or 19. But it's only those two sectors. So, and into that, when you're looking at facilities that get assigned CMPs by the federal government, they are one of the few sectors that have that as a penalty option. Many of the other acute and continuing care facility types don't even have monetary penalties as a selection or an enforcement remedy. And then when you look into an additional adult care home, so like an assisted living, how they participate in Title 18 and Title 19 is through home and community-based services, and they are not privy to those same fines and penalties, nor do they have to follow the federal CFR regulations such as a nursing facility would.
okay. Thank you, Lacey. Okay, any other questions or discussion on this one? Haley.
So if we're bringing up the point on bullet 2 of using those funds for only those provider types, would it be beneficial for us to add an additional bullet point for educational components to additional provider types, such as the differing all service areas, or those who provide direct care to our senior population? I'm thinking such as, if we've got Title 18, Title 19 participating providers, all those non-participating providers.
So you want to add, you want to add that language? Is there any objection to adding that?
Would you
Okay.
please restate that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, right, I might need you to help.
It would be a bullet point then to educate all provider types, including those who do not participate in Title 18 and 19 programs.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay.
Okay, moving on to recommendation 5.3, Alzheimer's State Plan and Task Force is for immediate action, Tier 3. The recommendation reads, implement the Alzheimer's Association State Plan and Alzheimer's Disease Task Force recommendations and join in support of other organizations and agencies also concerned with increasing demands for services to conduct a data analysis on the services for capacity, staffing, and funding to meet the increasing demands for services as the population ages. The Alzheimer's Association shall present to the legislature once each legislative session. And that particular recommendation had no outstanding questions or changes requested.
Any discussion on this one? Okay.
Okay. The next section is rebalancing of home and community-based services. It's recommendation 6.1 on page 33, modify Medicaid waivers. It's listed as strategic importance in Tier 2. The recommendation is that the state of Kansas should modify Medicaid waivers to provide more aging services. And the bullets include at-home delivered meals to the frail elderly, home and community-based services waiver for Kansas age 65 and older, and the intellectual developmental disabilities waiver for those age 60 and older. Ensure services under the frail elderly waiver are structured to meet the needs of Kansans age 65 and older who also are on the intellectual developmental disabilities waiver. Add case management services to the HCBS frail elderly waiver for Kansans age 65 and older, and the physical disability and brain injury waiver for those age 60 and older. Include access to technology and training on how to use technology as an MCO member benefit for those receiving HCBS services. 6.1, there was discussion as to who would do the management services. The suggestion was made to add all waivers to reach more individuals, which would require increased funding to accomplish that for CanCare. And if that was done, then we would need to add the legislature as a lead agency.
So does that require a statute change?
It lists on here under the rationale, the ease of implementation, that it will require amendment to the CanCare program and will require increased funding to the CanCare program.
Okay, any discussion on this one? Any further?
I would ask.
Camille.
I would ask that Kansas Advocates for Better Care be added as a key collaborator. And my memory is that they are active because of the FE waiver.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I will note that the Kansas Healthcare Association is listed, but not Leading Age Kansas.
Okay. Who? Annette, do you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, as we talked about expanding to all waivers, just need to make sure that we continue to keep the focus as the Senior Care Task Force is on individuals age 60 and older. So some of the waivers don't serve that population. So we just have to make sure that we continue to keep the focus on age 60 and older in this action step.
So is there a recommendation on how to say that in the, add for all Medicaid waivers with a, prioritizing
Or maybe, sorry, if I can add, maybe for all waivers serving individuals 60 and older.
Okay.
One suggestion.
Okay.
But Rachel here, I mean, isn't that set out in the recommendation? The age cutoff of 60 and 65?
It is in the recommendation, but we yesterday discussed adding it to all waivers, didn't we? Isn't that where that came from?
There was some discussion of adding all waivers, but I'm not sure that the waivers that were cited were actual home and community-based services waivers. I think they were other, maybe programs under Senior Care Act, Older Americans Act.
Okay. Okay.
So are we comfortable with
Yes.
it as it looks now?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, do we, Jesse, do you have something? Okay. Okay, I'll go to Lacey.
I have two things, if that's okay, Madam Chair. The first being on the second bullet point, I think we need to maybe strike some language because it talks about individuals being on two waivers simultaneously, and that's not allowed. You can't. So individuals are never on two waivers simultaneously. So I think maybe striking some language in there to make that a little more clear. And then my second recommendation would be to add Interhab and the CDDO as key collaborators when we're talking about the IP waiver and implementation.
Okay, Jesse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up and give the committee some information in regards to your question about a statutory change and when that's required. So modifications to Medicaid waivers, some depending on which waiver and what you want to do to the waiver does require a statutory change, which then requires CMS to approve that waiver. So right now, I can't go down waiver by waiver and modification in my modification, which would require a statutory change or possibly a new statute. What you could say is you could recommend that the legislature explore these waiver modifications, and then it would give them the opportunity to take up whether or not it needs and requires a statutory change and how they would like to go about that.
Okay, thank you. So okay. Where do we need to make that?
Are we considering changing the language in the first line of the recommendation to the legislature should explore the modification of Medicaid waivers to explore more aging services?
Yes.
Yes. The legislature should explore the modification of Medicaid waivers to provide more aging services.
Okay, any other questions or recommendations, changes, discussion? Okay.
So at this point, Madam Chair, I'm looking at, we've also deleted the second bullet regarding both being on both frail elderly and IDD waiver, and then have included the legislature under action lead for appropriations, and then added Kansas Advocates for Better Care, Leading Age Kansas, CASE, InterHab, and CDDOs under key collaborators.
Do we need the legislature on there?
They're under action lead for
Okay,
appropriations.
gotcha. Okay, I just hadn't written it down.
But, yeah, and this is a question, I suppose, for the working group. I mean, I understand that you can't be on the two waivers at once, but under the second bullet point, are they trying to say that we want to ensure services for people who would otherwise qualify for intellectual IDD waiver? I mean, is that the population that we're trying to get at, or do we just want to strike it altogether? And I wasn't on that subgroup, so I don't know.
Does anybody from that group want to speak to that? I mean, I guess I read it that they wanted to make sure that if they qualified, that they were getting both, but they can't be on both. Camille?
Yeah, they could not be on both, but there would be, again, with modification, they could make sure that services that are available on either one of those waivers, there's some different services on both of those waivers. So a person that has the IDD waiver, would they have available any service that was available to the frail elderly once they turned that age, still probably being on the IDD waiver, which they typically have more anyway, but yeah.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
That's
Just to make sure that all services.
What she's saying is true. That's what we were discussing, was because of the different waivers, there's some programs that have different services, and to make sure expand that eligibility of different services to different people. So if you're on the IDD, you wouldn't be on the other one, but maybe there's some services that would positively impact.
So what, Haley?
So then would it be basically saying that we're wanting to mimic to make sure that the same services offered by frail elderly or by IDD are also offered by frail elderly, because you have those people that are previously on the IDD waiver that are aging and then would then transition to a different waiver type. But if the way it's currently in statute or the way it's currently defined, they could possibly lose some services because each waiver offers different services.
Well, and I don't want to speak for the different waivers, but I know those who receive, IDD services, those people usually receive those through life. And so they don't typically move to a different waiver.
Let's go to Annette.
Yes, I just want to echo what Sarah said. Yeah, the discussion wasn't, we realized that you can't be on two waivers, but it was really that, individuals, primarily the individuals on the IDD waiver, they're not going to transfer to the FE waiver when they turn 65, but there were services under the FE waiver that are not on the IDD waiver. So it was really to make sure that those aging specific kind of services under the FE would also be available for individuals as they aged and stayed on the IDD program. So that really was what our discussions were about.
Okay. So we can leave that part in there for request to expand the waiver or change the waiver.
I think to ensure that the services available on the IDD waiver were all inclusive of any that were available to the frail elderly waiver upon age 65.
Okay.
There's mention on the next bullet regarding physical disability waiver. Is that something that was also intended to be included in the second bullet?
I believe that's separate, and Annette can correct if that's wrong, but I believe what they're asking for here is that they reinstate case management for frail elderly and PD and the brain injury waivers that had been removed under CanCare.
Yes, that is correct. It is just reinstating for those three waivers that had that service eliminated with CanCare.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Then the second bullet should not have any reference to the PD waiver at all, or PD services. Just want to make sure.
That's the way I understood what was being said.
Okay.
I got it.
New thing, and some people are resistant to that, so we say, well, we did it before, it's a good way. So reinstate case management services as opposed to add.
Jan, do you want, can you use your mic, please?
Hi, excuse me, Jan Kimbrell. My question is on bullet point number 3, to strike the word add and replace it with reinstate, because that was the case. There was case management services before, and they were taken away, and now we want them back. And so add would imply it's a new thing. No, we just want to get this other back. That's my question.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
The BI waiver did change, and it encompassed a larger population. And so while it's not a new waiver, it is a different population that did not receive that before.
Madam Chair, we're treading in extremely complicated waters with the waiver. Yeah.
I was just feeling like we've gone down one of those rabbit holes that we're kind of, I think if we keep things, that stuff as general as possible, we're giving direction to people who already know how to. So if we can just summarize what we want to accomplish here, let somebody else figure out the language. So, all right, are you okay with what we have?
I believe so. I have ensure that the services in the IDD waiver are available to those transitioning to the FE waiver when they become eligible for the FE waiver. Is that? Okay.
Yeah, get out of the way. Okay. Are we good with the rest of that?
Madam Chair, I have a
Sarah.
question. Can you repeat what you said? Did you just, I want to make sure I heard that right.
Sure. And please correct me, I'm on the fly here. Ensure services in the IDD waiver are available to those transitioning to the FE waiver when they become eligible for the FE waiver.
No, they don't transition.
Right, they don't transition, though.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
I just wanted to make sure, because I thought I heard. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so Sarah, it's the opposite, the flip of that.
So I
But
think
make
when we
sure
were,
the FE
right, I think,
benefits are available to
yeah.
those who qualify
yes,
for.
I believe when we were in our work group, we were just discussing that certain waivers have different services that'd be beneficial to others, but those people wouldn't have access to them because they wouldn't ever be transferring. If that.
We've got Hina online.
Vice Chair, Madam Vice Chair, if you would really like to simplify this recommendation, may I consider, give you some language to consider?
Sure, yeah,
The legislature should explore the modification of all Medicaid waivers as applicable to those age 60 and older to provide more aging services such as home delivered meals, case management, access to technology, and training, and remove all the bullet points.
sounds good. Thank you, Hina. Do you need?
Read one more time, please.
Hina, could you read that again, please?
Sure. The legislature should explore the modification of all Medicaid waivers as applicable to those age 60 and older to provide more aging services such as home delivered meals, case management, access to technology, and training.
Do you want her to email that?
Yes.
Yeah, could you email that to Arida?
I will be sending her our track change version, so she'll
Okay,
receive it.
okay, okay. All right, are we good on that one then? All right.
Okay, on recommendation 6.2, promote home and community-based services, we're on page 34. It's for immediate action, tier 2. Recommendation states, promote awareness of home and community-based services available now for older Kansans by educating staff of private and public services about programs available to seniors to enable home-based care and services, collaborating with MCOs to promote awareness of HCBS options, including training of providers and community outreach, marketing the statewide agency and disability resource center, ADRC phone number to access information on HCBS, PACE, and other options for long-term care across the state. Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services will reinstitute the Explore Your Options resource guide and work with the AAAs to gather resource information on the 11 planning and service areas that each AAA serves. EYOs will be published online and printed copies will be provided to the AAAs for distribution for individuals who do not have internet access. Developing a web-based interactive mapping tool showing providers and services available across the state, and providing a list to consumers and professionals of Kansas physicians, mental health professionals, telehealth, and dental providers that provide aging services into an informational packet to be distributed across the state and online with additional instruction for accessing services for adult care homes, caregivers, and in-home residents. List shall be updated every 2 to 3 years. On 6.2, there was discussion about the need to add frontline individuals on the key collaborator list. Those that were suggested were the hospital discharge staff, nurses, and social workers.
There's a lot in this one. Any discussion on it? Questions? Haley?
Is this something that would be part of the statewide aging conference? Because it seems to me that there's a lot of different tools, that it's essentially a marketing plan. Would it be marketed at that statewide agency or state aging conference?
That would make sense, but. Jan?
This was intended to be in the hands of the consumers and the family givers, and they wouldn't necessarily be attending that conference, right? I mean, this particular document we're talking about putting together, so
I would.
the EYO, the Explore Your Options thing is a big part of this. And so that means that's going out to the larger community and not just this conference that we're trying to put together. But this is a hands-on thing, and I would hate, my personal opinion is that I would hate to see it tied up in there, and it won't go out where it needs to go out. Well,
I don't know that we would have to restrict it just to that conference. Annette,
conference doesn't
do you
get
have?
approved.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Jan said. I think there are some pieces here, some of the bullet points that could go into the Governor's Conference on Aging. But I agree with Jan that one of the biggest issues we see is for older adults and family caregivers, they don't know about home and community-based services. And I'm talking not just Medicaid, HCBS, but the bigger service delivery options. What are the options? What are the services? So I think that really speaks to what Jan was talking about, is that people, we need some kind of awareness campaign for the general public about what options there are for in-home and community-based services for older adults.
And I think that with KDADS as the lead at that would be, they would have several different options on how to market that, and with the conference just being one of them. I think that, if we already had passed the conference, that would be a collaborator there, but by having KDADS, it already would be. Okay, any other discussion? Yes, Lee.
I would just like to clarify who the key collaborators were on this, please.
Currently, the key collaborators are Kansas K4AD and AAA's.
Did we add the discharge planners? Did I hear you say that?
Hospital discharge staff, nurses, and social workers were suggested, but it's not been approved or adopted.
I would also like to add nursing home discharge planners, because often hospital discharge planners will discharge into nursing homes, and then the nursing home discharge planners are actually the ones to help get them home, and from a nursing home social worker. This would be very helpful.
Yeah, this is Rachel, and I agree with that. Wherever you're seeing that transition of care, the people involved in that need to be a part of the collaborative process.
Yeah, Camille.
The managed care organizations need to be a part of this.
That's great. Yep. Linda Mowbray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would propose that we do look at the Governor's Conference on Aging as a target date and launch point for the Explore Your Options, so that, if we are able to pass that and get that back up and running again, that, part of the awareness campaign is to train the trainers as to what the resources are out there. And then when the updates occur every 2 or 3 years, again, rolling that out, launching it from the Governor's Conference, and helping to create an awareness that, hey, there's a new edition out, or there's, this is available, and even have some of the hard copies available there, so that the AAAs take them back with them, or the facility discharge planners can take them back with them. So I just had a feeling that tying it to a specific date or event will help us keep the momentum behind it.
Okay, any other discussion? Annette Graham.
I just wanted to add KABC as a key collaborator here. They are an important connection to caregivers and older adults across the state.
I couldn't hear who did you say?
KABC.
Okay, KABC. Okay, anything else?
Recommendation 6.3, transition services. It's of strategic importance in Tier 2. The recommendation is to develop an array of options to provide transition-related aging services. Kansas should apply for the federally funded Money Follows the Person program to assist with transitions for individuals wanting to move back to the community. PACE and other transitioning service models will be utilized for transitioning individuals with dementia and older adults between homes, private homes, community homes, assisted living, and adult care homes with skilled care to provide transition planning for seniors, their family, and caregivers with long-term care, home health, and for seniors in general that will include nurses and direct care staff to make the adjustment safer and less stressful for all, with consideration for rural parts of the state where PACE model doesn't exist. And the third bullet, add case management services through the Aging and Disability Resource Center to assist caregivers and older adults who wish to remain in their homes and choose not to enter an adult care home or long-term care environment, and for older adults who need assistance as they onboard or transition to higher acuity care such as Home Plus or assisted living. During the discussion on 6.3, there was a suggestion made that the language in bullet 3 referencing the case management services might want to be changed to transition services so as not to use the same terminology to refer to two different types of services. And there was also adding the long-term care ombudsman to the key collaborator.
Oh, the MC.
I would also suggest that under the legislature that there's no designation of those, the committees. We don't have any control over where those, where bills get assigned. So just keep it as the legislature. Rachel.
Yeah, I've just got a general kind of bigger picture question. I didn't know until about 2 days ago that we've got an app called ICANN. That Vital Statistics is on, KDHE is on. Who's in charge of that? And is that a thread that you know, long-term we'll be looking at some of this information?
Who's in charge of that? She's asking. Representative Esau.
With a K.
That might be
small I, capital K-A-N.
Yeah,
that might be under the Department of Revenue, because that's how you can renew your driver's license and your car tags, et cetera. So I think it's the Department of Revenue.
But Vital Statistics is on it and KDHE is on it.
Okay, Camille.
It's because it's for fee-based types things, so it's used for that reason. That would be why. I would like the MCO to be added as a key collaborator on these transition services as well. The MCOs, plural, sorry.
Haley.
Question, I read it. Did you say here on out, just clarification of language, anywhere where KHCA, leading age, or case is mentioned, all three will be mentioned at the same time? Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Questions?
Okay. The next recommendation is 6.4, affordable housing. It's an immediate action and Tier 2. The recommendation is to encourage collaboration to invest in housing options to increase the availability of accessible, affordable housing options for older adults. For 6.4, there was a question asked about whether or not there was a discussion of housing funds appropriated in the last legislative session. And Vice Chairperson Concanon mentioned appropriations made to Salina and also for general housing in other rural areas. Under 6.4, there were no questions or changes requested.
Is there discussion? Okay.
Recommendation 6.5 on page 37, tiered levels of services, strategic importance, tier 3. The recommendation reads, utilize the functional assessment instrument to create tiered level of services for clients in assisted living and Home Plus. Under 6.5, there were no outstanding questions or any changes requested.
For discussion, Camille.
Well, I think that may be a CMS and federal issue that maybe we just didn't have anybody sitting here to be able to address the payment piece of that. So that may be something that we need to explore further, but that can be, I guess, done through, maybe we should put to explore doing that. Because how CMS allows for that to be paid and those units, and I mean, how that all is done would probably require a pretty extensive process to get, again, a plan amendment, probably.
Okay.
Okay.
So are you suggesting that we, at the beginning of the recommendation, that we say explore utilizing? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Linda.
Thank you. There is precedent in other states for the tiered level of services. So yes, it would take a state plan amendment offered up by KDH&E. However, it's not uncharted territories. And I think it is something that we can certainly reach out to other states and look at their language. So I don't see CMS as a real barrier on this one because it does fall into the rebalancing category.
I would suggest maybe then in that case, we need to move KDHE over to a lead if there needs to be a amendment. Anything else?
We would also be adding case to key collaborator along with the other two. Okay, we're moving on to 7.1, and these are senior daycare resources in the state of Kansas. 7.1 is regarding adult daycare reimbursement rates. It's for immediate action, Tier 2. The recommendation is that the state of Kansas should increase funding and reimbursement rates to adult daycare services and intellectual developmental disabilities day services providers to increase staffing and provide more opportunities to serve people aged 60 and older in their homes during the day in lieu of going to a facility. The first bullet reads, increase awareness and education for IDD day service providers who have an older adult program to also serve older adults from the general population to increase accessibility for seniors without IDD. And that particular recommendation, there were no outstanding questions or requests for changes.
Any discussion?
Okay. Moving on to 7.2, expand PACE programs. It's of strategic importance and Tier 3. The recommendation is that, to expand the PACE program in underserved areas of Kansas to serve as a hub to administer social models of adult day services that focus on person-centered care for the needs of older adults and increase the eligibility criteria for the program area. Expand reach of the current PACE program and other providers to transport services and workers to those being served in home, utilizing general transportation systems already in the area to get those skilled people and their equipment out to the homes when necessary to minimize costs and expand accessibility. Under 7.2, Sean Sullivan from Midland Care did talk about the possibility of a pilot to expand PACE through a partnership with the critical access hospitals. There were no outstanding requests for changes or other topics.
Discussion, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to suggest that we move this to Tier 1. I think we know that this is a proven model and that it works well, and we have a huge opportunity to promote this in Kansas. Also, some of the concern behind PACE historically has been that it doesn't hit the rural areas, but this opportunity, national opportunity coming, is to specifically hit the rural areas. So I would like to see us bump this up.
Any discussion on bumping it up? I would say, I was going to comment on the ease of implementation. To say that's a 5, it's going to be really difficult to expand this to the rural area. The need is absolutely there. That's not the question. Any discussion on moving it to a Tier 1? As been recommended before, if we move it to a Tier 1, we need to look at moving something down.
I have a question.
Jan?
We talked about scalability of PACE, and nowhere in this particular recommendation, I mean, it quote, sounds like we take the PACE program and stick it out in rural Kansas, and scalability issues and broadband issues and I mean, there's things. I don't know about making, my personal opinion is to take it to Tier 1 right now, the way it exists, and endure another pilot program while it, I don't know.
Senator O'Shea?
Yeah, I was hoping Lee could speak to the rural and rural issue in CMS.
Sure, Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Senator O'Shea. I agree with Representative Kincannon. It will be very difficult to expand this into rural areas as it sits currently. If some of the CMS PACE requirements were modified and we could partner more with critical access hospitals, the ease of implementation would be much easier. It would be an easier lift if we really could partner with and prop up those critical access hospitals as partners in providing the PACE care. It could really work, and I think that could be done and explored in that pilot program in a way that could really help rural Kansans.
Madam Chair.
Kylie?
I'm not sure that the critical access hospitals are the right place, but maybe the new rural, I don't know, it's REH, rural emergency hospitals are more appropriate. And it's because of the way that we're funded. Because of the way that we're paid. There was a conversation yesterday about elder care, daily elder care, and about the inconsistencies in the long-term care settings that say that they offer that, but then their census goes up and they don't have that availability. That would be the exact same thing in the critical access hospitals. Today we have 2, something happens, tomorrow we have 10. So that availability goes away. So in the rural emergency hospitals, inpatient care is not driving them. It's all outpatient care. So they may have more availability to be some of these resources. The other thing that I question, and my knowledge of the PACE program is pretty limited, because in the 2 counties where I have the most experience, all of these resources existed. We worked together with home health. We worked together with, we were close-knit. These are not huge counties. There's 4,500 people in them. I'm in Nemaha County now. There's 10,000. But we have a very robust
home health, and our nursing homes are excellent, and we work closely with those. So I question, PACE is a wonderful program, don't get me wrong. I have been doing some reading on it. But there's so few PACE providers in the state of Kansas who are, I don't know, you're certified or you're designated, I don't know, whatever it is, that I think that we could reach more people through some of the collaborative efforts that we already have, and it goes back to reimbursement. Nursing homes are struggling. So I would hesitate to move this to a tier 1, because I don't think we've explored all of the options that are available to us. And I'm not sure critical access hospitals are the way you want to go. And I might be absolutely wrong about that, because there's no two critical accesses that are the same. But I would like the opportunity to spend more time evaluating all the options on this.
So, what if we, just moved the, if the request to CMS to make changes, what we really like about PACE is that they've been around for a long time before we had managed care, and it's the managed care format that we would like to see in some of the rest of the state. So if we, considering the fact that we know that they're potentially looking at a pilot program, if we could move just the request to CMS to make some changes so that we could do that. Am I off base on that? Yeah.
No, I think it would be that the state endorses a national PACE pilot, rural pilot program. I think that could be a tier 1, that the state of Kansas or the legislature endorses that concept to do that pilot program in the rural areas. That could be a tier 1. I would say that the rest of it would be a tier 1, but there is a lot of exploration to do on how that gets done in those rural areas. I would agree with Kylie. I would say, though, that managed care value-based programs are the future. And we need to be thinking about that now, because we do not want to be behind the curve. We want to be forming those partnerships now so that the rural areas don't get left behind when this value-based, it's going to expand at a federal level and probably at a state level. So I just don't want us to be left behind with that. And I would want to see us just starting those conversations right away on how we can serve rural Kansas with the existing resources they have.
So is there a recommendation on how we could change the wording so that we're not just kind of just jumping into the word expand? That we maybe want to say explore or... Okay. Let's go to Hina. Does she still have her hand up? She put her hand down. Okay. Okay.
I put it down because I don't have a word. I had a different idea, but I think.
Okay. Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a word idea. What about promote?
Promote? Does that sound good to everybody?
Promote PACE program growth. And so it could be growth of current programs or growth of a new or growth of a pilot, whatever we want to see growth being.
But aren't we talking about really exploring it as opposed to promoting it?
Yeah, but
sorry. I was just going to say, we're not really, we know what it is. We're not really exploring it, that I think that we just are trying to make it work somewhere else, to where there aren't the numbers.
Explore the expansion of.
Yeah, that's, yes, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the federal government comes in and says, this program's working, we want to try it in rural areas, we're going to try it in a couple states. Kansas needs to have their hand raised and say, come, do it here, we're ready to go. That's my opinion. And I think this and us promoting that is going to be really important. We want to say that we're ready and we want to be prepared for that.
And we're hoping that, I mean, we've got a national organization coming in the middle of September. So let's see. Annette, do you have a comment?
Thank you. No, I was just going to say I like that that approach to promote it and to promote with CMS and be ready to go. I know that I'm in the area, in the Sedgwick County area, that had the first PACE program, and I was around when that got started. And that was a long, arduous process. We also have the kind of rural provider blue stem, and that has been a much harder go because of that rural nature of it and trying to figure out how to work that. It's a great model, but it does have some intricacies and some issues that will be very impactful unless some changes are made by CMS, like Sean was talking about yesterday, where allowing for the provider to contract with the existing providers for some of those service deliveries, which would make it. So I think that if Kansas is, through our task force, actively promoting and supporting CMS to make those changes and urging them to do that, and then being first in line to say, yeah, we want to be your pilot. I like that approach.
Okay. Hina, did we have something, just like, Hina, do you have something for us?
It was only if you wanted to think about having this as a standalone recommendation and then combining other parts of the recommendation, if you wanted to keep that integrity with maybe 7.3 with adult daycare locations or other places, if you wanted to keep parts of that. You could also just amend the language completely of the recommendation.
What's the, oh, hang on just a minute. Kylie, did you have something?
Well, the only thing I was going to ask is if we needed to add the ombudsman on this, because I believe it involves an assignment of benefits. Is that correct?
I don't know that we do need to add it, or
Okay, what do you think about the idea of, I actually could not hear everything that you were saying, Hina, but dividing this maybe into a separate recommendation. Did I understand that right?
It was if you wanted to combine it, I apologize for my sound, with 7.3, which is adult daycare locations, and just broaden adult daycare locations to include PACE into that one. That way you have two separate recommendations, one that would go to tier 1. And I know that Arida said the general rule of take one in and take one out, but you could make this an exception if you wanted, Chair, Madam Chair. And then take the body of that where you're expanding the PACE program or exploring other things into another one if you wanted more exploration somewhere else.
Okay. I kind of like that idea. Does that sound good? Move that to tier 1. And we could always, when we look at them as tiers, we could always maybe identify something that we could move down at that point. But do you guys like that idea? Okay. I think the consensus is that yes, we will. I can't repeat that. My brain's dead. What Hina said.
I will send a track change version to Arida for approval.
Okay, thank you. I think this would be a good time to take a 10-minute break.
Can I just make sure we're on the same page? The plan is to make 7.2 about promoting the PACE program and making it a Tier 1, and then the language of 7.2 to be inserted into 7.3 and keep that as a Tier 3.
That's the way I understood it. Does that sound okay, Hina? She's going to send it to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Let's, it's 3:33. Let's be back here at 3:43. 10 minutes. Sorry, we're a little bit late getting back, but we were doing some planning here, trying to prepare for the fact that we are not going to get through all of this today as far as the voting goes. And so we were looking at some dates. We don't know yet what that's going to look like. So we're going to start off coming back that Arita's got some language on a couple of those recommendations that she is ready to read back to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received in the language for, proposed language for 7.2 and 7.3 from HINA, and I'll read that to you. 7.2 is promote PACE program growth and its strategic importance, Tier 1. The recommendation would read, the state of Kansas should promote increasing access to PACE in rural parts of the state to serve as a hub to administer social models of adult day services that focus on person-centered care for the needs of older adults and increase the eligibility criteria for the program area. And then 7.3 would be adult daycare locations. It would remain strategic importance in Tier 3. The recommendation would be the state of Kansas will provide grants for senior centers, housing providers, and assisted living providers to retrofit or establish space appropriate for adult day centers. In addition, expand reach of the current PACE program and to the other providers to transport services and workers to those being served in home, utilizing general transportation systems already in the area to get those skilled people and their equipment out to the homes when necessary to minimize costs and expand accessibility. That would be a combination of the language existing now in 7.2 with 7.3.
Okay, any questions regarding that? Concerns? Objections? Okay, we're good to go. I've asked Arita to do the rest of these from her chair. So she's not the only one in the room that has to stand all day. So we'll turn it back to you, Arita.
Okay. Given the language that was provided by HINA on 7.3, I think we can just move on to 7.4, if that's okay. Unless there are changes on the key collaborators and lead agencies on 7.3.
Yeah, we'd moved the legislature over to an action lead. Anything else? Okay.
Recommendation 7.4, Community Partners Pilot, Strategic Importance, and Tier 3. This is on page 42. A recommendation is that senior centers will collaborate with community partners who also provide day services, for example, childcare, and involve non-traditional stakeholders such as business leaders to develop pilot programs for service recipients that address health, oral health, technology use, and other topics. A planned timeline from development shall be 5 years from onset of fact-finding studies to full implementation of the improvements offered. Official reports will be made to the state every 2 years to measure progress. On this particular recommendation, 7.4, there were no outstanding questions. There was a suggestion that we consider moving KDADs to the lead agency and current entities to in the lead agency section to key collaborators.
Any discussion? Rachel?
I think that makes some sense because that's the first thing that jumped out at me was, okay, senior centers, local community coalitions, who do we hold accountable? Who's responsible for doing it? So I like that suggestion, whoever made it.
Okay. Is there a reason why that ease of implementation is a 3?
I think the discussion was because of the licensure requirements that might conflict between different types of providers.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay. Hina.
I'll let Annette go first, though, because I think she was going to talk about senior centers. I was going to call on Lacey about, I don't think they're licensed by KDADS, and so that's why there were concerns about KDADS being the leader who would have oversight over this. And so, Annette, do you want to speak to that?
Annette?
Yes, thank you. Senior centers are, there's no licensure required for them, and the oversight, usually they're very often funded at the county level, but even then, they don't always have oversight of them. So it's kind of a loosely knit group of providers across the state, but there's no centralized oversight or administrative function or requirements for that. So, as I look at that, again, yeah, there would, unless KDAS kind of took the lead and tried to pull groups together and tried to find some senior centers that were willing to partner in other groups, there really wouldn't be any accountability, or you need to have someone take the lead with trying to pull this together. So I think having KDADS in that place would be very beneficial. And I think because of the loose structure of senior centers and the variability across the state of Kansas, that's why the ease of implementation, it would be difficult to do all that. There would be a lot of work required.
Okay. So you think you agree with putting KDADS as the action lead and moving senior centers and local community coalitions to collaborators?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I also think that the wording there, we're using the word will on the recommendation, senior centers will collaborate, is a little bit more directive than we should be. Maybe encourage senior centers to collaborate with. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. Any other discussion on that one? Okay.
7.5 on page 43, adult daycare volunteers. It's for immediate action, tier 3. The area agencies for aging and senior centers will partner with the Kansas Alzheimer's Association and AARP to access resources, training, and technical assistance for adult day service training and volunteer engagement. Younger volunteers from 4-H, Boy Scouts, high school, or college, young or adult volunteers from the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program and Senior Companion Programs, for example, AmeriCorps. And 7.5, there were no outstanding questions or requested changes.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair, do we want to say encourage again? Can we dictate this?
I was kind of waiting for somebody else to say it. Yeah, I think so. I think that's, change the word will again. Okay.
Right. We are now moving into the funding and implementation of the Senior Care Act, which begins on page 45. The first recommendation, 8.1, is on page 46. Incentivize providers. It's for immediate action, and it's tier 1. The recommendation states the state of Kansas, with the Association of Area Agencies on Aging, will expand flexibility to incentivize providers via raising and reimbursement rates to use the Senior Care Act program for services that promote choice, increased independence, and assist with overcoming unique challenges in rural, frontier, and urban areas. Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services will provide budget justification for increased plan of care costs due to raising reimbursement rates, require providers to pass on rate increases to workers to retain workforce, provide financial incentives to rural hospital outpatient services to be PACE provider in smaller communities, and KDADS will lead recruitment of providers to provide respite services. Providers will develop respite services, and AAAs will market those services. Under 8.1, there was question regarding whether we needed the governor or legislature involved for funding. And my notes indicate that Annette had mentioned the additional $3 million provided by the legislature was enough funding to increase the rate. And there's a need to find more service providers and ensure pass-through of funds to direct service employees. There were no recommendations for changes to this particular recommendation.
I've just got an observation. We referenced rural, frontier, and urban, and we did that in a couple of places, but one place we had a discussion this morning, and it was that there's no reason to have frontier added. It seems to me that either they should all be in all the places, or it should just be rural and urban.
I agree. After we'd had that discussion, then it popped up again that, so I actually was planning to speak to Jesse later today about what we use as a definition, because maybe I have that wrong, but I'm thinking of rural as all of rural Kansas. And so in my mind, we don't need to designate frontier unless we're trying to just speak of that part of the state that is considered frontier. Annette?
As I review this again, and I look at, this is the section on Senior Care Act specifically. So I think that third bullet about providing financial incentives to rural hospital to be PACE provider should be deleted, because this is very specific to Senior Care Act, and that should not be in this item, this recommendation.
Do you know what she's looking at? The third bullet. Third bullet.
Fourth bullet in the recommendation section.
Fourth.
Where it references PACE.
Third, provide financial incentives to rural
Third bullet, sorry.
hospital outpatient services to be PACE provider in smaller communities. Kylie?
So this is actually deleted. Is there a financial incentive other than the assignment of benefits to being a provider?
Lee? That's okay. Kylie's got a question for you.
So this said, provide financial incentives to rural hospital outpatient services. Is there, I mean, you get an assignment of benefits, but is there really?
Well, I think that helps address the concerns for rural hospitals on how they're paid. They're not, if they are going to partner with PACE right now, I don't think it works out financially for them very much. And so I think this would help them mitigate those financial balances to be able to partner.
Are we assuming like Medicaid rates, or what are?
That I don't know. I don't know the specifics of that, Kylie. I'm sorry. I was not on this working group, so I don't have a lot of context for this one.
So we're looking at definitions of rural and urban. So I think let's just kind of move on, and whatever we do, we'll make consistent. Okay.
On 8.1, we've deleted the third bullet.
Unless there's any objection, we're deleting that third bullet. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay.
8.2, one-time only service caps, immediate action, and Tier 1. The recommendation is to increase the one-time service caps with an annual review that ties the rate to the consumer price index and create an exemption process to allow adequate funding for items such as durable medical equipment and technology to address social isolation and home modifications. Under 8.2, there was some discussion about the funding, and Annette clarified that the Senior Care Act funds are only for those age 60 and older. There was also a question regarding the statutory cap, and the last time it was updated in 1996, and whether or not that was regulatory or statutory delegation of fees to KDADs. And as part of 8.2, there was a suggestion to add key performance indicators, to add to the key performance indicators the number of people served through one-time only service.
Okay, any discussion on that one? Okay, I don't see anything. Oh, Annette?
Yes, thank you. I would recommend that we remove in the rationale box, remove the reference to the Medicaid lifetime cap, because that really is not relevant to this discussion, because this is solely focused on Senior Care Act, and that is a separate Medicaid funded program.
So that's in the rationale box, the second paragraph, the first sentence, the Medicaid lifetime cap. Okay, anything else? Okay.
Recommendation 8.3, Elder Count Book, a strategic importance, Tier 1. Recommendation is to seek funding and develop partnerships for the development and distribution of a new publicly available Kansas Elder Count Book that provides the same demographic and detailed data as the original Elder Count Book. This information would provide detailed and robust data to help consumers, local and state policymakers, and other decision makers plan for current and future needs of older Kansans. Under 8.3, there was just discussion about the kids count and how that was published annually, and this should be a similar model, and also the funding of the original elder count version. And that was by the Kansas Health Foundation and Millbank Memorial Fund, and it was conducted by the University of Kansas Medical Center, Center on Aging with KDADS, and the Kansas Task Force on Long-Term Care Services. There were no requests for changes.
Did we ever know how much that, I mean, I know it was 20-some years ago, but do we know how much it cost? No. So I guess I was thinking about talking to, like Kansas Health Foundation, but I have no idea how much to ask for. So
You might be able to find that information out.
maybe
research.
if we, do we know how much it costs to do the kids count book? Would that be a estimated
We could look into
idea?
that.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to see built into this, it seems like this data is important data for a lot of different reasons. And I'd hate to have this done once and 20 years from now, we're saying, well, we need to do it again. I'd like to see it replicated, whether that's every 3 years or 5 years, but an ongoing commitment to collect this data and to drive policy.
Is there any way this can be in an electronic form too?
Yeah, we did talk about that at one point, that it would be. Sarah, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say that that's what we talked about when we met, was for it not to just be every 20 years, and for it to be ongoing, and of course, with the times, just not in written form, but also electronic as well.
Where did I see that?
Madam
It
Chair, so maybe
refers to-
could we add that in then? Maybe 'cause if it wasn't clearly stated, then we can add that so it encompasses that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find, where did it say that about the children's count? Was every year?
Madam Chair, that was just part of the discussion.
That was part of the discussion, okay. So we can ask to have it, if we're asking for an appropriation, we can't tell them to do that. I mean, one legislature can't tell another one what they have to fund. So, I mean, we could word it in a way that we would like to see it done. Request to have it done, what, every year, every other year? Yes, Haley.
So on the very last part of the rationale, the working group recommends an update. Can we expand the language there and recommend, like, I mean, we can recommend, right?
Yeah.
Recommend an update biannually in both printed and electronic form?
Yeah, that sounds good. Everybody okay with that? And by update, are we meaning a new book, a new elder count book? Okay.
Ready to move on to 8.4, technology investment. That's strategic importance in Tier 2. The recommendation reads, Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, in collaboration with the legislature, will allow for an increased Senior Care Act funding to be used for startup costs to allow AAAs to invest in technology and add as an allowable service under the Senior Care Act. Fund the purchase for devices, internet access, IT client support, excuse me, and bringing required technology to the person. Seek assisted technology of Kansas collaboration, and collaborate with initiatives expanding broadband services across the state and make it available in congregate settings, for example, landlines. Excuse me. 8.4 had no outstanding questions or requests for changes.
Okay, any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Kylie.
I mean, we've seen the technology challenges in JUS and today in our group, and we're in the middle of Topeka. So I wanted to just be cautious that we're not getting the cart before the horse. We don't have broadband. I live 75 miles north of here, and I have a satellite outside my house to get any type of internet services, and it's very unreliable. So I think we have to be cautious about this. We need the broadband before we can do most of anything that we've mentioned that relies that technology.
So, okay, Hina.
I actually have an estimate on kids count for you. It's about 30,000.
Okay, thank you.
And then for this recommendation, one consideration you could make is flip the recommendation and make the third bullet your main recommendation. And the purpose of it would be the rest of the recommendation, to Kylie's point.
Oh, I like that, yeah. Okay, so we're moving the first bullet to third.
No, I thought the third bullet to number one.
First? Okay.
And then fund the
Third,
purpose is the
collaborate.
second and seek.
Okay. We're moving third to first, not first to
Right.
third. Okay.
Madam Chair, if we could get clarification from Hina on that. My understanding was that she was talking about taking the third bullet and moving it as the recommendation and then moving everything else down?
That is what I suggested, but if the order of the bullet suffices, that's fine too. It was just a consideration.
Yeah, okay.
Annette, did you have your hand up? I apologize.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to say, I understand that there are broadband challenges, but, as we move forward, we've used hotspots in a lot of our areas because we have areas even in our planning and service area where people don't have access. And we've been able to use that, and we've been able to do equipment loans to some of the older adults. So I would hate to totally not say we want to add this into Senior Care Act because there are people who can benefit from it. Granted, it might be spotty a little bit, but if we don't at least start moving in this direction, then the people that can have access to that would miss out on some important resources.
Okay. And I don't want to speak out of turn here, but, the broadband issue is a major focus for the legislature right now. We've had an audit, a post-audit on it. We've designated some of our federal funds to go to that infrastructure. And we've got, I know there's another company coming in from out of state that it's looking at, I think, the southeast part of the state. So things are, there's wheels in motion for that. So I don't want that to stall us on anything. I know it's a frustration right now, but I think that everybody's pretty aware of it and pushing for action, wouldn't you say? Yeah. Annette? Oh, Ernie. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wonder under key collaborators if the Office of Broadband Development should be included.
Good suggestion. Okay, anything else?
8.5, Senior Care App Program Evaluation. It's of strategic importance and Tier 2. The recommendation reads, KDADS in collaboration with the Kansas Association of Area Agencies on Aging will ensure that the Senior Care Act program is evaluated every 3 to 5 years by an objective independent evaluator using research methodologies that ensure comprehensive input from caregivers, AAAs, participants, service providers, and other stakeholders. With regard to 8.5, there was just discussion about when the last evaluation was done, which was 1996, as indicated there in the rationale. And HENA did provide information that was done, conducted by the Kansas State University School of Family Studies and Human Services, and there were no changes requested on this recommendation.
Okay, any discussion? Don't see any.
Okay. 8.6, we're now on page 50. Senior Care Act data systems, it's of strategic importance and Tier 2. The recommendation is that Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services will improve the data systems for multi-directional use under the Senior Care Act program and provide regular reports on service utilization and client needs. Under 8.6, there was discussion regarding the what KMIS was and who would need to get a cost estimate. We would need to get a cost estimate if replacement of KMIS occurred, and how long KMIS had been in use, which had been, they believed, implemented in 2000 and tuned up in 2014, and then version 2.0 in 2017. And there was a question regarding whether providers needed to report this data, if there would be an added requirement for these providers, and the indication was that the information is the same as is currently being provided. There was also consideration of adding the term web application technology to the language of this recommendation.
Any discussion? Yeah, Camille.
I would actually add key collaborators as the MCOs as well, and they are involved with information that's on there and upload information at times.
Okay, add the MCOs. Anything else? Okay.
We're now into the workforce subgroup, looking on page 52, recommendation 9.1 on reimbursement rates. It's of strategic importance, Tier 1. The recommendation states the state of Kansas should provide appropriations to increase rates for service providers to increase worker pay, support safe staffing standards, and ensure a stable workforce, minimizing wait lists. 9.1 had no outstanding questions and no changes requested.
Any discussion? Okay.
9.2, Connect to Care Jobs Platform. It's for immediate action in Tier 2. The recommendation reads, KDADS will lead the effort to enlist the state of Kansas to contract with advancing states and implement its worker matching and placements tool, connecttocarejobs.com. I will note that advancing states will be corrected throughout the entire report. It's capital A, capital D, and autocorrect fix that for us. So we'll make that change. With regard to 9.2, there was a question about whether to include the number of states enrolled in this program and the rationale. And the information provided was that 7 states are using the platform, including Colorado. And that information came from a meeting with someone from Advancing States on February 2nd of this year.
Okay, anything on that one? We are flying right along.
Okay, do we want to add the language about the number of states in the rationale, or not, or bypass that?
Want to? Why not?
Yeah.
Nine point three, workforce incentives and benefits. It's for immediate action, Tier 2. Recommendation reads, the state of Kansas, in collaboration with Department for Children and Families, Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, shall develop incentives or additional benefits for the direct care workforce, such as respite services and child care assistance. The state of Kansas will establish funding to support community child care centers for healthcare workers with broad hours of operation rather than traditional 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Use grants to encourage on-site daycare and programs where one kitchen can serve both children and seniors. On that recommendation, 9.3, there were no outstanding questions or recommended changes.
I just would point out a typo on that one, on rationale. It should be incentivize employees, right?
Yes. There'll also be a correction for the, for KDADs. Sometimes it says of instead of Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services.
Okay, any other discussion? Camille?
Should KDH&E not be a lead instead of a collaborator?
Well, since we're asking them to develop incentives or additional benefits, yes, I think that's appropriate.
Do we also want to move the legislature as an action lead?
Yeah. Yes, Sarah.
Sarah Schlitter, I just had a question. When the work group was discussing this, were they looking at like different models that have been successful already and kind of like how that had worked through maybe smaller and larger? Because I love this idea and we've talked about this internally.
Madam Chair. I think that there were some states thrown around. I cannot specifically reference those at this time, but I do know that besides this, there is actually a national, I'm not sure if it's a coalition or committee or what, that was formed recently that is looking at this too on a national level, that is pulling from some state examples, and I'd be happy to help try and provide further information on that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay.
9.4, workforce tax credit for immediate action, it's Tier 2. The recommendation reads, the state of Kansas will create a workforce tax credit for the aging services direct care workforce. Under 9.4, there were no questions that were outstanding and no changes requested.
There again, I don't like the word will in there. I guess if they decide to accept the recommendation, they will. Okay, just any discussion? Yes, Lee.
Well, I guess I would question the ease of implementation on this. I could be wrong, but anytime you throw the words tax credit out, it seems to have a lot of discussion that could slow things down. So I would think that the ease of implementation might be a little on the lower side, but I don't know.
Well, coming from the PACE program, I would think that that's kind of an inside thing, that they have been trying for tax credit for quite a while. Is it, yeah, tax credit. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, a few years ago, the Senate just wiped them all off and then added things back in, and it yeah. Well, I didn't think it was a bad idea. It's just that they ended up adding everything back in.
I think the committee was trying to be optimistic.
Is that the one you're on? You didn't like the will be.
Oh, it was here. I didn't like it. So, I agree with Lee that ease of implementation on that is, to get that passed is going to be difficult.
Now, the ease of implementation of exploring creating a workforce task force would be a little bit better, because you could explore it, you could discuss it, you could introduce bills. Just actually creating it would mean that something would have to pass, correct? Am I wrong in that? I don't.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So maybe it's just a language thing. But if.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that the intent is, I mean, obviously to eventually get something, but I think that we're open to just beginning the exploration of what resources are available and what options are out there. I mean, the long-term goal is that.
Yeah, to develop a plan to present to the legislature, yeah, to request a tax credit.
We'll explore the creation of a workforce tax credit.
Okay. You good with that, Arina?
Yes, thank you.
And so in that case, 7 is easy enough. Anything else on that one? Okay.
Moving on to 9.5, caregiver tax credit. It's for immediate action and Tier 2. The recommendation states the state of Kansas will create a caregiver tax credit to help care for loved ones. Under 9.5, there were questions asked regarding how we determine who the caregiver is to receive the credit. And that was something that the working groups did not discuss. And there was suggestion made that we consider developing criteria and to possibly add a section on how caregivers will be identified.
Do we want to make the same change
Yeah.
to this recommendation?
We do. Okay, Ernie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Senator O'Shea yesterday asked me a question about how this would be implemented or run. And I did some research and found the model bill. It's currently run in the Oklahoma legislature, I believe, this year. But if I may, just some highlights about it real quick. I know we're running low on time.
Go ahead.
So the model caregiver tax credit bills provide a state-level tax credit targeted to middle-income families or family caregivers. Calls for a non-refundable tax credit of 50% of eligible expenses up to a yearly $1,000 maximum credit to help address financial challenge. The model bill allows for a long list of eligible expenses, such as the improvement or alteration to the taxpayer's primary residence for caregiving purposes and the purchase of leased equipment that is necessary to assist the family caregiver in providing care. to an eligible care recipient. The model bill defines a care recipient very broadly, including a spouse, partner, parent, grandparent, grandchildren, or other relations by blood or marriage. Family caregivers who earn less than 75% for an individual or 150,000 for a couple are eligible to claim the credit. And as I said, I know that Oklahoma and New Jersey were either introducing or were working on a bill similar to this year. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
I'd
Ernie.
be happy to research and pull a bill from Oklahoma or New Jersey if Senator O'Shea would like, or if the committee would like.
Yeah. Senator O'Shea said, yeah. So, yeah, we appreciate you spending the time on that. Okay. Other than changing that language, is there anything else on this one? Okay.
Recommendation 9.6 on page 56. Cross-sector partnerships, that's of strategic importance in Tier 2. The recommendation reads, explore cross-sector partnerships or models to align systems and share staffing resources, specifically those that are difficult to recruit for or retain where appropriate. On 9.6, there were no questions outstanding and no changes requested.
Okay. Any discussion? Camille?
I have to, there is one sentence in here that I would actually ask to strike, and that is that currently for some adult care homes, which is a true statement, currently for some adult care homes, administrators are shared regionally in parts of the state. That is not federally required. It has been being allowed in our state, and it is not okay. So I would like to have that stricken from this recommendation. But the rest of it is exciting.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Haley.
I believe that that was just used as an example for, that was just used as an example of how staff is being shared to try and demonstrate how it's already being done.
So you say it's already being done, but you're saying it's not.
I'm saying that our state is out of compliance for allowing that to happen. It's an issue that our office will probably be addressing soon. And it shouldn't probably be in writing that we are doing it, if that makes sense.
Okay. Lee?
I do agree that this is a fantastic idea, but I do think you are going to, and maybe Lacey can correct me if I'm wrong, but you are going to run into some federal regulations that would have to be taken into consideration with this one. But if it can be done, if there are ones that can be shared, because I think billing staff could be shared. That's not in regulation. So if we could explore the ones that right now could be shared, I think it would be a wonderful ease of burden for rural Kansas specifically.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Hina?
I just flagged this one because the action lead was providers instead of a state entity or oversight group. And so I didn't know if the task force wanted to consider another entity to lead.
I've got a question for Kylie. Kylie, are you seeing this with the smaller, more rural hospitals where you're sharing services or using?
Yeah, and that was one point I was going to bring up. Administrative staff is not necessarily the administrator. So we can share quality people, we can share infection control people, we do that. We can share coders, people like that. So I think that maybe we need to clarify what we're talking about when we're talking about administrative staff. It's not necessarily the administrator.
No, I absolutely agree, and that's why just the last sentence was the only problem. So I agree with the administrative staff being not an administrator necessarily.
So I do,
And so
Rachel,
does-
to your question, I do think that as hospitals, we're a little bit different because one administrator, the CEO, will oversee multiple facilities. But it's because we have those layers that probably a lot of the adult care homes don't have. So I think it's two different things, yeah.
Three small facilities.
So generally, there are some exceptions, but no, generally, there's, again, we're going to go down a rabbit hole on that, but generally, they do not allow administrators to be an administrator for nursing home A in one town, nursing home B in another town. Federal requirements do not allow for that.
Well, if that's something that is not, I think we should take that sentence out. But I think that point should be noted that there are areas that we could, how about like purchasing? Yeah, so.
But those still, excuse me, are still considered administrative because they're not direct care type functions. So it's worded correctly.
So
We
non-direct
just need that
care.
distinguished.
Yes, I would recommend the language change to non-direct care staff.
But you still have to get the administrator in there.
I think the only issue is with the actual administrator, the licensed administrator with specific duties under CMS regulation to that home. That's the
So,
only
administrative
problem.
services
So
then?
there's a lot of other administrative things that could be shared, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Linda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In current regulation, an administrator is allowed by the discretion of KDADS to oversee multiple facilities, but there is a number of residents that they can oversee, and they also have to be geographically available to those areas. And those exceptions are made, and I want to make sure that we're not doing anything to unwind that. It's not common, but it's certainly not unheard of to share an administrator on smaller size communities. To Lee's point yesterday, referencing 3 small nursing homes of 35 beds compared to one large facility of 100 or 150, one administrator can be over that 150-bed facility. Why can't we expand? Why wouldn't we want to allow an increase in that bed capacity that one person can oversee to help alleviate some of that pressure to find those licensed individuals?
Camille.
I can walk through a 150-bed facility in a day and have seen and observed my entire facility. I cannot drive 2 hours one direction, 2 hours another direction, and 2 hours another direction to 3 small facilities. It is not person-centered. You don't know the people. You cannot supervise. You cannot provide for the supervision that you are supposed to be providing for in that facility under that license. So that is why, and yes, it is happening in Kansas, and it needs to not be happening the way it has been allowed to happen. And I suspect that that's going to occur in the near future.
So I don't think that we probably want to get into the middle of that. The intent of this is to share some of the administrative services, and I think we probably should focus it on that. So
we're looking to eliminate the last sentence of the rationale?
Yes.
Or do we want to, replace administrators with administrative staff.
Well, I just think that,
Services.
I think that that was just used as an example that we don't, that's not necessarily, necessarily needed for the rationale. I think it says administrative staff up above, so I think we're okay without it.
Just take the last sentence, you're good. Take the last sentence.
Yeah. I think, Haley.
So would it then make sense to, sorry, Lacey, but put KDADS as the action lead because it's really going to need to be specified what is a federal requirement, what is a state requirement for sharing of those staff, and how it is determined what is the requirement.
Yeah. Yes, everybody okay with that? Okay.
Excuse me. 9.7, instructor pay and benefits. It's for immediate action, Tier 2. The recommendation reads, provide ongoing government incentives with additional funding to increase the number of healthcare worker, faculty, and trainers. Ensure adequate pay and benefits for faculty to teach the nursing direct care workforce, including but not limited to certified nurse aides, certified medication aides, and home health aides. Revise state regulatory language to align with federal language for direct and general supervision, and explore use of technology to assist with RN supervisory roles and responsibilities. Under 9.7, there was some discussion about the number of hours required for supervision. There's also, and that it's difficult to hire registered nurses who love to do the work that they do and not necessarily teach CNA courses. And there was also some discussion about what does the state law say that doesn't align with federal law, and mention of Senate Bill 453 that helped with this issue to some degree, and there was discussion on the rationale for the recommendation. There were no requests made for changes at the initial time of discussion.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay.
On 9.8, five-year career path plan. It's of strategic importance in Tier 3. The recommendation reads, establish a five-year plan of state funding for direct career path training of potential health professionals, including certified nurse aides, certified medical aides, rehabilitation aides, and home care aides, as well as potential licensed practical nurses and registered nurses in cooperation with facilities and agencies providing direct care services, with renewal options of funding after the first 5 years of the plan. The plan lead and key collaborators are to assemble a group to create a multifaceted universal career ladder program for the state of Kansas, including the Kansas Board of Regents, Kansas universities, community and technical colleges, adult basic education programs, as well as regulatory bodies such as the Kansas State Board of Nursing. Include regulatory agencies, including the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, and staffing conversations facilitated by the Kansas State Board of Nursing and direct care workers. In collaboration with technical schools and adult basic education programs, KDADS, the KDHE, and Kansas Department of Labor will identify possible available workers and placement options through interagency collaboration. And then there's mention of plan promotion, partner with Kansas job fairs, university and college job fairs, and promotions for direct and non-direct care worker job placements. If recommendation 9.2 is implemented Advancing States Workers Matching Registry will be marketed at job fairs for direct care certified and licensed students. The state of Kansas will invest in promotion of ongoing nursing leadership education tracks across the state. Establish a collaborative with the Kansas Adult Care Executives, Leading Age Kansas, Kansas Healthcare Association, Kansas State Nurses Association, and Kansas Hospital Association to create a public service marketing campaign about direct care workers, health, and nurses that highlights the career pathway potential, the nobility of the professions, and the impact they have on communities and those they serve. Provide education and marketing for the difference between certified nurse aides, licensed practical nurses, and registered nurses for understanding their roles and what they provide to patient care, and market to students the existing tuition grant program and/or loan repayment programs offered across the state. For this recommendation, 9.8, there was discussion about ease of implementation, whether this requires state funding, and the legislature is not identified as a lead in this one. And the response was that it will require funding. So a request was made to move the legislature as a lead agency.
Any discussion? On the last bullet on the plan promotion, market students to the existing tuition grant, I'd just make that tuition grant programs, I'd make that plural. A lot of individual hospitals have their own tuition grant programs. Sarah.
Is this including, because I was reading along with it, is this including also direct care staff? Or is it just those? Because I know like in the DD world, there's already, and I don't know if InterHap would be maybe a potential key collaborator, but there are different programs they have that they're utilizing to kind of have different levels, or there to be more of a career versus, you know, people thinking they're just a direct care staff.
Haley, did you have?
Yeah, I think the original target was those certified positions, licensed or certified positions. But I believe if we're looking at senior care as a whole, that all areas could be added and included in that. And then you could look at those and add other key collaborators based upon that recommendation.
Because we really like having LPNs, but we don't need, or CNAs, but we don't require that at all for. Thank you.
So did you want to add something on there? Do you want?
Sorry. Yes, please. If we could add something so that there's a definitive language to include the, you know, just direct care workers or however we want to include that.
Social workers? Would that be?
Well, I kind of know. Yeah, it's basically the people providing the direct care supports. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Camille?
I'm nearly certain for this recommendation, I agree that it's needed, and I agree, but I think that we're going to have such a difference in what is required. That was not the intent of this original recommendation. Adding it, so for the DD world, when they get to the point, we're for older people, I'm trying to think how to say this that makes sense. So if we're talking about not 60 and over. Once they get 60 and over and they need, we've already addressed it in another recommendation, that they have the services maybe available that would be available on the frail elderly, or they may need a setting that requires these nursing. This was intended for nursing and that career ladder. It will look considerably different to do this. That's two different sets of staff typically. Now, you're right, you use the same, sometimes you do use this staff, these people, but that career ladder will work forever, wherever they want to go work. But this is for certified, this is a career path is for health professionals, the CNAs, the certified med aides, the rehabilitation aides. They either have certifications or licenses with the nursing. And so the people that are overseeing this are totally, the programs and I know, I think we could do it for both. I think it'll just be two separate.
So I would just say that we definitely need that for the license, but also like if we're talking about workforce shortages, the people who are providing the care, like we need that our people are aging, and we need those people who are, because that work is equally important. And I think I want to make sure that's included.
Haley?
Just to echo that, because I've been in both of those environments, and she's right. If our intent of this is completely workforce, serving every population that we serve. So you may have someone that comes from the IDD world that was not previously certified, licensed, what have you. We're looking to meet people where they're at in any form of service that they're providing to this population and show them a mapping of advancement opportunities to make this a career.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Arida.
If we could have Dayton provide a little bit of background on some of the funding in KDADS, I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Dayton Lemunyan Legislative Research. So KDAD's submitted an ACBS FMAP enhancement plan, and part of that plan is to include $1 million to study and design a career ladder for direct support workers. So this, they're looking to improve the retention rate and reduce workforce shortages. They want to hire contractors to study and design a career ladder for direct support workers. Just as some context for you all.
Okay.
I just want to add, touching upon that language, show direct support workers is all inclusive. That does not include just licensed or certified staffing.
Okay. Hina, did you have something to add?
As you're discussing this, you have both 9.8, which is the 5-year career plan, and you have 9.9, which is identify future workforce. And while 9.9 is more towards a volunteer model, I think you may want to consider tweaking that language if you don't want to change any of the licensing language and be able to add the direct support workers in that language, maybe to 9.9 just for consideration, or it's adding another recommendation.
I like that notion.
Linda? Linda, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you, Linda Mowbray. The comment that I was going to make is to Haley Bordelwin's point. Meeting people where they're at. We know that our IDD population is aging. Our PD population is aging. And as they enter the realm of long-term care services, the 60 and older, being able to recruit, train, and retain those individuals that in so many cases have had relationships with the individual for many, many years, to move them into the elder care world so they can continue supporting that individual. That is not only a person-centered care model, it also enriches the ability of the other individuals around them to learn and to be able to provide services for all types of individuals, regardless of how they got to age 60. Thank you.
Okay, Arida, did you follow what Hina was recommending?
My understanding was that she was recommending leaving 9.8 as is, and then inserting language regarding direct care workers into the 9.9 recommendation.
Okay. Is there any objection with that, to doing that? Okay. Any other discussion on 9.8? Okay.
Looking at 9.9, we have identify future workforce. It's for immediate action. Tier 3, the recommendation states the state of Kansas will develop models of volunteer programs for aging services to identify future workforce. Empower high schools, community colleges, and technical schools to develop a volunteer training program to increase quality of life through non-nurse and nurse aid staff, relieving hours of registered nurses who could be devoted to more care issues. Implement a statewide reading program pairing school-aged children with older adults. Students from grades 3 to 4 would visit adult care home once a week, where residents would volunteer to listen to them read. Encourage high school and college-age young people, including clubs such as 4-H or scouting programs, to pursue volunteer positions or jobs in aging services. Develop strategic approach to building a more diverse workforce by engaging high school students directly to learn what would attract them to work in healthcare, such as partnering with Kansas Works jobs fairs to create statewide program to go into high school settings to discuss funding opportunities and career advancements in the healthcare industry. Provide non-degree seeking course offerings at high schools or community colleges to educate and prepare people for caregiving. Establish and nurture partnerships with universities and vocational, technical, and community colleges to encourage and support more opportunities for internships and engagement with geriatric and aging specialized service providers. Provide ongoing funding to universities and community colleges to increase the programming of and interest of students in professions that work with older adults, individuals with dementia, and geriatric mental health issues. Increase community college and technical school funding for coursework directly related to geriatric or older adult health support services. Develop a strategic approach to building a more diverse workforce by engaging high school students directly to learn what would attract them to work in healthcare. Under 9.9, there were no questions outstanding and no requests for changes.
Haley.
Sorry, I don't want to drag this out. I'm questioning how much this cross-cuts with 7.5 because I feel like we're both talking about volunteers a lot for like the your senior centers, area agency on aging. Like the intent there is to create like a volunteer system, and this is almost like to both do the same thing and further it into a career ladder tying in with 9.8. Yes, 43.
43.
Haley, I agree with Haley. Part of it is how we look at things when we're putting these recommendations together and who's putting them together and the collaborators. And so in this one, you know, you have a lot identification of who those collaborators are going to be. If you look, they're kind of a different group than this than on page 43. And the one is educators and the other one, you're kind of looking at the service providers. What we need to do is get those silos to get together and meet and be creative together. So I agree with you, Haley, that it is, but I also agree that both of these things need to happen. It'd be nice if we could do it in a larger group. Maybe we need a work group around this issue with all of these collaborators.
I don't think we should think of brilliant ideas at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
We can leave as is. I just think it's, I agree with you. My brain's dead too.
No, it's
but
an excellent point.
I feel like we're looking for, we're both looking for the same thing. It's for two different functions.
Right.
And we're essentially going to look at competing for the same population. And I don't want to make it a competition. I would like to see it as a collaborative advancement opportunity where we tie together and introduce, with the intent of volunteer and then further on to workforce.
Well, how about this? We know we're not going to finish today, so why don't we set those two aside and see if we can propose some language that would, delineate one from the other or put them together. Okay? Okay. Oh, Hina?
I was just going to offer the solution, and Haley, thank you for bringing it up. I'd flag this one. Other recommendations we've linked, like if such and such is implemented, here's another one to consider. So if you didn't want to rework them, you could just link recommendation 7.5 and 9.9 back and forth to each other. As long as your action leads are consistent, it helps. In this case, you have the AAAs, you have KDADs in the legislature, and so that's where you would just have to make sure that those three are always named. Or sorry, not the AAAs. You have the state legislature actually is the only one for the volunteer one. So we could just add that one to the other one.
I don't think that that's a bad idea. I kind of like the idea of trying to combine them in some way, though, because the purpose of each of them separately feels, it is different. Anybody else did you have comment? Representative Esau?
I was just thinking maybe the second one, whatever number it is, could reference the first one to use as a possible building block or part of it, so that you keep the first one, because the volunteer thing and maybe in the community is very unique, whereas the potential for a workforce is a little different emphasis, but maybe they could use that as part of what they do. And I don't know if they need to be separate or combined or, like she says, connected together to do that. Whatever works.
Okay, whatever works. Now, what would you like to see work? Haley?
I would ask that maybe we table this for further discussion to look at if there's a better way to consolidate it or to just reference it in the future.
Okay, we'll have a discussion on it.
Yes, thank you.
Well, we'll have options. Okay? All right, anything else on that one? Okay.
Okay, we are ready for 9.10. Eliminate barriers to workforce entry. It's for immediate action, Tier 3. The recommendation states the state of Kansas will compile, utilize, and act upon research on how to eliminate barriers for entering the field of aging services and obstacles once in the field. The bullets read as follows: provide the identifiers of urban, rural, and frontier demographics to the public. Evaluate numbers of direct care workers who wish to provide home care as CNAs. Require or encourage exit interviews for staff that left their places of employment to develop action items that can come from this shared information. Encourage and educate about mental health support for those working in healthcare by researching needs and mental health related obstacles for remaining in the field via focus group questions. Assess if there is an allowance for open communication support between employers and employees in all decision-making processes. collaborate with workforce and associations who provide a variety of backgrounds and experience that can contribute to healthcare trends and solutions, and facilitate communications with nurses throughout the state who practice in a variety of areas for insight normally not heard by other associations. Utilize workforce and associations for engagement with Student Nurses Association at the state and national level and share existing data. And it does note if implemented, recommendation 1.5 on Rural Healthcare Coalition could consider all or parts of this recommendation for its change. On recommendation 910, there was note made that the focus it would be diffused across aging services field and all providers and settings, not just nursing facilities. And funding would be needed to pay contract person or full-time equivalent to complete the research. And if that were the case, we might need to add legislature as a key collaborator or a lead agency.
Okay, discussion. Haley.
Sorry, I would also like to ask that we reference if 9.2 is implemented with advancing states, that there be the direct care work group that we heard about today through advancing states. I think that would be very relevant to this.
Okay. Any other discussion? Anybody online? Can't possibly be done. Okay.
I would conclude by pointing you to Appendix C, which does note the recommendations by tier and by topic area, and just suggest that you review those and see if there's any changes other than those that we've already made with regard to tiers. Whether this is the time for that or not, it's up to you, Madam Chair.
Does anybody, just right off the top of your head, do you have any changes you want to see on there? Okay, we're done. I mean, I don't mean we're done, but everybody's just done. Okay, we will continue this discussion on another day to be announced. Thank you all for your hard work for the last 2 days. And actually, thank you to the working groups for your hard work for the last few months. I really appreciate it, the time, and we're going to have a good product. I'm excited to see where it's all going. I like the direction it's all going. So I've already made a text message request for another day, and so we're looking at that, and you'll be hearing from us, but hopefully soon, so that we don't forget all of this discussion, and we will notify you and adjourn till then. So thank you.